Yeah, this one.
Right, well, a very good morning and welcome to Doha in Qatar for the 2021 IJF World Masters. I know a lot of you have been waiting for a resumption of international judo, and here it is. And we've got a terrific lineup for you on day one of competition. From time to time, when we are broadcasting, we like to say things like we've got a great lineup. Well, today I tell you we really have. So 5 weight categories we've got to bring you on this opening day. 3 weight categories for women: the under 48, the under 52 and the under 57 kilo categories, and 2 weight categories for men: the under 60 and under 66 kilo categories. We'll start by taking a look at the under 60 kilo category, and the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category is the Russian Robert Shvirabadze. He's got a bye in the first round. I'm sure he'll be perfectly happy with that. The number 2 seed is Sharafudin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. The number 3 seed is Yeldos Smetov of Kazakhstan, and then the number 4 seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain. Number of fighters to look out for in there, including Yago Abuladze of Russia. I think he's going to be well worth having a look at. So we'll try to keep an eye and see where he is in the draw, keep up with him, and then when he comes to the mat, we'll try and make sure we show him, as well as Lukhumi Chukvimiani, the current world champion from Georgia. He goes up against Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea in round 2. Yago Abuladze, by the way, will face Artem Lesiuk. Right, let's look at the under 66 kilo category. The number 1 seed there is Manuel Lombardo of Italy, world number 1. The number 2 seed is Ganbol Kurlan of Mongolia. The number 3 seed is Vaza Margvelashvili, who has a tough first round contest against Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. And the number 4 seed is Daniel Kargnin of Brazil. He goes up against Tal Flicker in round 1. An Baol of the Republic of Korea is in the same pool as Daniel Kargnin. And if he wins his first round contest against Nathan Katz, then they will go head to head there. Mohamed Abdelmagoud is also worth having a look at, although he's got a really tough first round contest against Yondan Perenli Bashku of Mongolia. And then you've got the 2 Israeli fighters in there as well, Baruch Shamilov and Tal Flicker. So they're continuing their sort of personal battle to hit the top spot. Denis Vieru of Moldova as well is in there. He's got a first round contest against Nijat Shikalizada, and when we come back with the live action, and when we start with the live action, it will be that contest that we're going to see first. Denis Vieru and Nijat Shikalizada. Okay, the under 48 kilo category, number 1 seed there is Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is the current world champion Daria Biladid of Ukraine. Good to see her back in action, and we saw her last in the under 52 kilo category. That was just a run out for strength, keep fit, make sure she's on the mat, but she's back at 48 kilos. The number 3 seed is Tonaki Funa of Japan. That pairing again, Daria Biladid and Tonaki Funa in the same half of the draw. And then the number 4 seed is Julia Figueroa of Spain. Also in that pool B, Melanie Clement of France. And then a little bit lower down in pool C, you've got Shireen Boukli of France, the current European champion. She goes up against Irina Dolgova of Russia in the first contest. The winner of that will face Mukbat Uransetseg of Mongolia, former world champion herself. Okay, in the under 52 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Amandine Bouchard of France. The number 2 seed is Shishimi Ai of Japan. The number 3 seed is Odette Giuffrida of Italy. And then the number 4 seed is Malinda Kelmendi of Kosovo, the current Olympic champion. She has a first round contest against Andrea Kitsu of Romania. A couple of people to look out for in this weight category as well. Nice group that we've got here. Down at in pool B, Park Dasol of the Republic of Korea, Astrid Neto of France, and then a return for Gilly Cohen of Israel. Right, we've got one more weight category to look at. That's the under 57 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Jessica Klimke of Canada, the world number 1. The number 2 seed is the former world champion Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. The number 3 seed is Nora Zhakova of Kosovo, and the number 4 seed is Sarah Leonie Sissi of France. There's a bye for Jessica Klimke of Canada, and in that first round we're going to see Lien Chen Ling of Chinese Taipei. She'll go up against Joanna Rogic of Serbia. There's another first round contest that will be interesting to take a look at. Sarah Leonie Sisik of France will face Kim Ji-soo of the Republic of Korea. And then in that same pool B, you've got a really old style matchup. I hope they don't mind me saying that, but you've got two of the more experienced fighters in the weight category. Telma Monteiro of Portugal goes up against Sabrina Filzmerzer of Austria. That's a contest that's taking place in 2021. It could have been taking place in 2008. Wouldn't have made that much of a difference. They've both been around for quite some time. Dortsurent Sumia, who is a four-time IJF World Masters champion. She's down in Pool C. She's got a first round contest against Loredana Ohi of Romania. And I suppose it's well worth mentioning what could be an explosive contest down in Pool D. Helene Resevo of France. She goes up against Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia. Right, we've got about half a minute before we get going, so time enough just to let you know that the first contest we're going to bring you is Denis Vieru of Moldova. He goes up against Nijat Shikalizadeh of Azerbaijan. It'll be Vieru in the white judogi, Shikalizadeh in blue. That is on mat 2. We've got 3 mats. as usual, just click on the map that you want to watch and we'll go there. But as far as the commentary is concerned, we're going to be on map 2. Right, we're underway with the opening contest then. Both fighters just getting to grips with each other. And Shigalizada has a little stab at the Satemi was there. It doesn't quite come off, and now there's a chance for Vieru to work on the ground. Not a great deal happening there, so the referee calls mate. Back up on their feet. I like the tempo that Denis Vieru sets in his contests. He never seems rushed. Again, another opportunity on the ground, but Shikalizada looks as though he's got a reasonably good defense, and Vieru decides against getting involved in anything on the ground. Still no score, but just the single Shido picked up by Shikalizada. We've got about half the contest still to come. Shikalizada looking to set up and go left-sided. He does with the Uchimata effort there, but it's blocked by Vieru. And Vieru hasn't really done a great deal on the ground, but he's having a little stab here at the Juji Gatame. Shikalizada is able to block that. So that's 3 or 4 efforts that Vieru's had on the ground, and Shikalizada has proved up to defending against it. But I think the scoreboard reflects the way that the contest has gone. Shikalizada just being shaded out a little bit here. He's the one who's picked up that single Shido. Well, that was a nice effort there from Shikalizada. That little Kataguruma just had Vieru momentarily rattled, and Vieru again on the ground trying to get something going. Only once has he really threatened Shikalizada on the ground, and he almost rolled him with that Juji Gatame effort. 40 odd seconds left to go. It's odd because Shikalizada has actually had the best attack. 2 possibly, one with the Kataguruma, and then before that he had that left-sided Uchimata effort. They're probably the 2 better attacks. And yet you just space them out that little bit too far, and you just get the feeling that he's behind on attacks, when in actual fact he's had the better quality attacks. Just that little bit too far away with that Kochi, and then Shikalizada comes back immediately with the Sutemi Waza effort. That was good from the Azeri. Into the golden score period now. Nicely balanced contest here. 2 well-matched fighters. Just a little bit bent over and defensive looking here, Shikalizada. Maybe the effort that he's putting is just beginning to tell now, and tiring a little bit. When the head starts to dip, the arms begin to push out, you begin to try and keep your opponent off and away from you. You just bend over that little bit and you begin to look defensive, and yep, there comes the penalty for passivity. It just looked as though he was taking a bit of a break there, Shikalizada, as he looked to catch his breath. Strange how just these little signs, sort of telltale signs that a fighter's not quite as active as he had been. Just looked as though he was taking a bit of a break, and the referee spotted that, gave him a second penalty. We've had a little over a minute of golden score, and Shikalizada threw in another Sutemi Waza effort there, but this time it was easily blocked by Vieru. I'm not saying that it's all over, but the signs are not good for Shikalizada here. This time it's Vieru who comes in with the Sutemi Waza effort. Shikalizada blocks that fairly easily, and then he gets caught up on the ground again. Those of you who have been keeping an eye on this, if you think about all of the knee waza exchanges, it's always been Denis Vieru as the attacker. Shikalizada hasn't had one effort on the ground. Vieru hasn't been successful on the ground, okay, but he's the one who's been piling up the attacks, and you get the impression over a period when one fighter ends up doing all the attacking on the ground that the other fighter is just taking a rest whenever he can. And it's beginning to look that way. Shikalizada maybe going to get one more roll of the dice here, but with 2 penalties against him, he's the one who's got to make some going. Vieru, however, picks up a penalty for just that overly defensive posture that he took up. He just kept Shikalizada away from him, stiff-armed him out. Right-sided effort, and over goes Shikalizada. Doesn't quite land there. Let's have another look at that. And goes down. Yeah, I like the look of that. Super effort from Vieru. Yep. Just did enough to edge the Azeri out there, Denis Vieru. And as I said right at the beginning of that contest, he's not flashy, is he? Just got the job done. Just did enough to make sure. Right, let's see who we've got coming up next. We could, I suppose, if we've got a chance, go down to mat number 3 and have a look at Kim Lin-won of the Republic of Korea and Georgi Zantaraya. Not sure if that's going to be possible. There you go. No sooner said than done. Right, well, this should be interesting. That's going to come up next. Right now, we have got Sebastian Seidel of Germany is up against Daniel Perez Roman of Spain. Yeah, so let's take a look at that. Just going to make sure that we've got exactly the right thing. Yeah, nice effort there. Couldn't quite finish off. Really, really good effort there from Perez Roman. Almost catching Sebastian Seidel. He had to do everything that he could to keep the Spaniard out. Yeah, good series there. Really good effort. Right, fighters are back up on their feet now. It's Sebastian Seidel who's just catching his breath there. I'm not saying that he's tired, but just trying to set himself mentally, I think. Recover after that series. A good effort from Perez Roman standing, and then they went to ground and he continued, and there was a lot of pressure against Sebastian Seidel. He came out of it okay, but at the same time he just took his time for a second. I thought, hang on a minute, got to gather myself here. Bit of a battle here for grips. Now it's Seidel who looks to go over on the left side, misses the arm. Half a minute left to go. Just a single Shido against Sebastian Seidel. And this one could be heading towards golden score as well. The referee decides he's going to stop. It looks as though both fighters actually were avoiding to take a grip, and they both pick up penalties, which is not such a good thing for Sebastian Seidel, having already collected one. And now we're going to end up in golden score. Not the best position for the German, I'm afraid. 2 penalties against him. He can't afford another error. Just a quick check to make sure that everything is okay with the scoreboard. It is, so we get back underway. Inside, a nice left-sided effort there. Yeah, is that the turnover, or is that going to be classed a score? I mean, Sebastian Seidel was standing up. He didn't go into Newaza. It was Perez Roman who was on the ground, but that doesn't mean that Seidel can't make an effort, which he did, and he came up with a score. Perez Roman, I think his body looked as though he had relaxed, and perhaps he was operating under the mistaken belief that he was safe because he was on his knees, but Seidel was not engaged in Newaza. So he was perfectly able to execute a standing technique. He was still standing. Didn't matter that Perez Roman was on his knees, 1 or 2 knees. It doesn't matter. That remained a valid action for scoring purposes, not just the turnover. So Perez Roman maybe should have listened to the refereeing instruction rules that were given out last week. Maybe he missed out on that one, because he certainly looked as though he had relaxed. It looked as though his body was relaxed. Right, we spoke about this contest, this upcoming contest, right at the beginning. Kim Lin-won of the Republic of Korea goes up against Georgi Zantaraya of Ukraine. It's Kim in the white judogi, Zantaraya in blue. Always nice to see Zantaraya. Difficult to forget just how long he's been around. He became the first ever world champion for Ukraine way back in 2009 in Rotterdam. He won that Ouchigari from Kim, just momentarily threatening Zantaraya. Stood up nice and strong, actually. Now it's Kim who goes low with that Seotoshi effort, but his hands weren't in really good contact with Zantaraya. But after a couple of attacks, well, there's a third one, Zantaraya's picked up a penalty for passivity fairly early on in the contest, within the first 40 seconds. He's been keeping Kim at bay. He's got to come up with some attacks of his own. Almost fell off the other side there. Kim has that right leg trapped and then turns the tables on Zantaraya. Now it's his right leg that's trapped. Wrapped the top half up. Good turn from Zantaraya. He had to time that to perfection, and he did. Any slip there and Kim Lin Wan would have tied him up. He's just a little bit too wily, is Zantaraya. And it's still early in the contest. He's got a reputation for blowing out after 2-3 minutes. Possibly because he gives so much at the front end of the contest. That's a nice effort from Kim. Got himself into a good position there for that left-sided Ippon Seoinage effort. Almost able to come up with, well, yeah, I was going to say, almost able to come up with a score. It looked like one to me. It took a little bit of time to get on the board, but it's on there now. And Kim leads by Wazari with a little under 2 minutes left to go. That will spur Zantaraya into action. Bit of a mountain to climb now, I'm afraid, for Zantaraya. Kim is going to be doing some backpedaling, no doubt, from this point on. He's already showing signs of not wanting to grip up. Right-sided effort from Kim has Zantaraya defending on the ground. He pulls his opponent onto him, traps the right leg. And Zantaraya will be best off standing up, actually. Just need to see whether Zantaraya has got enough power left in him to overcome the defense of Kim Lin Wan. A minute left to go. Here comes Zantaraya, big right arm over the top, looking to get close in, maybe for a pickup. Kim, not the strongest of efforts, right-sided with that Seotoshi. Just enough to break up the grips, really. Zantaraya has to reset, come back with a grip. This time he goes over on the left side, leaves his left arm out, which is what Kim's trying to work on now. Time ticking away here. Zantaraya again needing to be up on his feet with 20 odd seconds left to go. No, he'll get penalised for that. That's just a drop. Didn't want to get near Zantaraya. Very little time left now. Again, that looks like a drop to me. He may get away with that one, but I'm really sorry. Wasn't interested in attacking there. He was lucky to get away with that, especially at this state of the contest. He's dodged that bullet. Slightly unattractive finish, I'm afraid. Kim really not interested in getting anywhere near to Zantaraya at the end, understandably so, but it would have been nicer to see a slightly more attractive finish than that. However, that's what you get at the high performance level. He's not there to make it look good. He's there to come off with a win. And he did actually have a good score. So I don't think you can argue too much with that. Kim it is who goes through. He goes through to the next round. We're going to stick here. Yeah, that was the attempt from Zantaraya. Couldn't quite get him lifted up. Yeah, we're going to stick here on mat number 3 to see Yerlan Zerikjanov of Kazakhstan. He's up against Abdullah Abduljalilov of Russia. It'll be Serikjanov in the white judogi, Abduljalilov in blue. Oh, nice effort from Abduljalilov. Serikjanov with a chance to work the turnover. This was the effort from Abduljalilov inside the first 10 seconds. That was really got past the defenses of the Kazakh fighter, but he couldn't quite turn him onto the scoring part of the body. Looking threatening again. Would like to get that right arm free, Abduljalilov. Yeah. Couldn't free that arm to get stood up and look more attacking. Ended up being called for an overly defensive posture. So a single Shido against Abduljalilov. Nothing serious at the moment. He's actually been doing most of the attacking. Yep, and now Serikjanov picks up the penalty for passivity. That attempted Sutemi was easily blocked by Abduljalilov. You get a feeling from your opponent when they're about to launch that kind of attack. Oh, on the arm here as well. There's already a score on the board. He's in trouble. Still working on the arm. Needs to go a little bit towards where that right knee is. Take the arm in that direction, but he hasn't got any purchase on it. This is a little bit better now. Push the hips up. Serikjanov fighting to keep that arm intact. Yeah. Almost had that taken off there. There was a good score, by the way. And then he almost lost his arm. So a little over a minute left to go. He ambushed Abduljalilov, by the way. Caught him really well. And now the Russian trails by Vasari with a minute left to go. 1 minute and 4 seconds. Almost came up with the push. Serikjanov was momentarily off balance there, and he almost got caught. Good strong effort. Yeah, well, he had to open up. Wasn't anything that he could do. And once he opened himself up, Sedekshanov was in for a second score. Beautifully done. So a little bit of an upset there, to be honest. Sedekshanov taking the contest over Abdul Jalilov. Up next, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia goes up against Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. It'll be Margvelashvili in the white judogi, Pulyaev in blue. The Russians have really stuck with Pulyaev. He's had plenty of opportunities. Been around for quite some time. Always seems to get a pick. And it's not as though they haven't had others to look at. They just really, you get the impression that they think that he's the one to go to. Margvelashvili picked up the penalty there. Really wasn't the kind of draw that Margvelashvili would have welcomed. Definitely don't want Mikhail Pulyaev in the first round. Unfortunately for Margvelashvili, that's who he's drawn. Nothing you can do about it now. Yeah, great score from the Georgian there. Really unusual execution, but Pulyaev was off balance. He never got to grips with that over the shoulder grip from Margvelashvili. Really unusual effort from the Georgian, and he brought Pulyaev crashing down onto his side. For Wazari, has to get out of this. There's still time on the board for Pulyaev to come back. Minute 20 odd left to go. But it's Margvelashvili who leads by Wazari. Time ticking away here. Last few seconds of the contest, and Margvelashvili with that single score is going to take this one. He'll show a little bit of movement on the ground, but not really going anywhere. Pulyaev, unfortunately for him, takes a tumble in round 1. Yeah, that was always going to be a tough first round contest. Russia and Georgia. And on this occasion, Margvelashvili coming out on top. Well, we're going to stay here. We'll continue watching round 1 of the under 66 kilo category. Ahmed Abel Rahman of Egypt goes up against Imad Basu of Morocco. It'll be Abel Rahman in the white judogi, Basu in blue. I like watching both of these fighters, actually. And the Egyptians have got a very well prepared team. They had a field day at the African Championships. Took so many medals. Both fighters have picked up penalties early on. Looks as though there's been some previous hair between this pair. Not surprised. They've gone head to head in their continental championships, I'm sure. Basu keen to get on with it. Little Ashy Wazza from Abel Rahman. Just had Basu stumbling for a moment. Took a bit of a whack to the face as well. Just get the feeling that this is not the first time that they've gone head to head. Looks as though this could end up to be quite a bruising encounter. Yeah, both fighters hiding one side, but it's Basu who picks up the penalty. I thought Abel Rahman was quite happy for that exchange to go that way and not grip up, but it's Basu who ends up with the penalty. Two penalties picked up by Basu. Not sure if he's going to make it, to be honest. I can't see him avoiding a third. And Abel Rahman, if he's clever, will try and engineer that situation. He won't mind if he picks up a second penalty, as long as Basu picks up one with him. Oh, yeah. Whack to the face there. Abel Rahman. He's going to have to get tidied up here. Both of them have to get tidied up. Yeah, I think that's probably a better shot. I don't necessarily want to see the two fighters getting tidied up, whatever their injuries may be. I don't think it's anything too serious. Sometimes you just attempting to catch your opponent's lapel. You may miss and catch them on the lip or chin, and you might get a little bit of a whack and some blood. But it's tidied up fairly quickly and both fighters are back on the mat. But there was a point in the contest right at the beginning where you felt this is going to get, this is going to turn unattractive. Yosai Komi fell into that, didn't he, Basu? After that injury break, a little bit of a switch off. Not quite 100%, and Abel Rahman took advantage of that. Basu will be really upset with the way that finished, because he wasn't out of it by any means. Just lost a little bit of concentration. Basu decides, yeah, let's have a handshake at the end, and Abel Rahman says, well, actually no. He's had enough, off he goes. There's a big battle going on down on mat number 1 between Shireen Boukli of France and Irina Dolgova. They're into 7 minutes and 45 seconds of golden score down there. We'll stick here with Baruch Shmailov of Israel. He goes up against Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. It's Shmailov in the white judogi, Safarov in blue. Let's see if Safarov can keep up a good run of form that he's been having. Boukli, by the way, has just won that contest down on mat number 1 after 8.5 minutes of golden score. Good luck in round 2 then, because by the time that Shireen Boukli comes back to the mat, she'll already have had 3 contests time-wise under her belt. The normal 4 minutes, and then 8 minutes and 35 seconds of golden score. The difficulty there, however, is that you've done it all back to back. Been no rest, so physically that must be incredibly draining. No recovery time. 12.5 minutes of time on the mat. And I think the score, by the way, has just been taken away. They'd given Buckley a score, and that's been taken away. So they continue. Dolgova lives to fight another day. Nice Sasai effort there from Shmylov, but he's not able to catch Safarov. Daniel Kargnin has won his contest on the adjoining mat. So Shmylov's teammate, Tal Flicker, goes out in round one. Daniel Kargnin into the next round. So that personal battle between Flicker and Shmylov, who gets the nod for Israel, that's just gone Shmylov's way. If he can take a win here against Orkan Safarov, but as I said, Safarov has been on really good form recently. Nine and a half minutes of golden score down on mat number one. Painful work for both those fighters. Chance for the shimmy was up. Oh, looked good for a moment and then went across the chin. It was Vladimir Nutsubidze, the referee who called Mate there, spotting that. I bet Safarov was glad to hear Mate. It can be so painful when it goes against the chin. Thought about the Osotogari, then the Kosotogaki. It was both thoughts from Safarov, but he wasn't able to come off with either of the attacks. He had a little stab there at the Osotogari as well, left-sided, and was in and out very quickly. Ten and a half minutes down on mat number one. They're going to be there for quite some time, I think. Now Shmylov and Safarov join Buckley and Dolgova in golden score. Mind you, they're about 10 minutes behind. Both fighters have picked up a single penalty. And it's Shmylov who tries the Yoko Sutemi Waza. And Bowell has just won his contest on mat number 2 over Nathan Katz of Australia. Safarov has picked up a second penalty here. Just beginning to open up now. He realizes that a third penalty will put him out. And it looks as though Dolgova has turned the tables, having given up a score earlier on, which was then cancelled Dolgova has come up with the win on mat number 1. Nice effort there from Shmylov. Doesn't quite catch Safarov. Two minutes of golden score already on the board. Safarov at a slight disadvantage here, having picked up that second penalty. Shmylov really wants to finish this here. He may be completely unaware of the fact that his teammate Tal Flicker has gone out. I hope so for his sake that he's not had an eye on the adjoining mat. Just want to concentrate on your own things. Don't get distracted and start looking around. Yeah, it's Safarov who is looking more the aggressor. Shmylov beginning to look reactive, trying to make something work off the attacks that come from Safarov. Don't want to hang around for too long. The referee will be aware of that kind of tactic. And at the moment, Shmylov's in a slightly better position, having picked up just that one Judo. We've had 3 minutes odd of golden score. Tired looking left-sided Seotoshi from Shmylov, trying to drag his opponent onto his back. He really didn't leap into that. Safarov able to block that fairly easily in the end. Shmylov just getting himself tidied up, but it won't really matter now. Safarov picks up a third penalty, and unfortunately for him, he ends his visit to Doha with a first round exit. Right, looking at what's coming up next, we're going to have the last of the round one contests in the under 66 kilo category. William Lima of Brazil goes up against Sardor Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. It'll be Lima in the white judogi, Nurilayev in blue. And then after that, it'll be the under 52 kilo category, round one, on both mat number 3 and mat number 2. Down on mat number 1, we still continue the under 48 kilo category. We've got another contest left down there, and then we'll have round 1 of the under 57 kilo category. So that's what we've got coming up. Right now we're underway with Lima in the white judogi, Nurilayev in blue.
Next contest of the one, first round for women under 48 kilos. In blue for Serbia, Andrea Stoyanov. In white for Spain, Laura Martinez.
No score as yet between Lima and Nurilayev. And it's Lima who's picked up that single Shido. Just a reminder that you can click on any of the 3 mats that we've got to catch up with either the under 48 kilo category, which is taking place down on mat number 1, or another pool of the under 66 kilo category. That's on the adjoining mat. That's mat number 2, Yakub Shamilov of Russia. He's up against Yeldos Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan. Both fighters have scored in that contest, and there's about 12 seconds left. Here we're into the last minute. William Lima has picked up a single Shido. There's no score as yet. Half a minute left to go between Lima and Nurilayev. Not sure who's going to be able to break through the defense. Sometimes you'll just get a match-up that's really awkward, where the styles just negate everything that comes from your opponent, and then everything that you try to put out is blocked. End up with a little bit of a stalemate. I'm sure that under normal circumstances both fighters are quite attractive, but right now this hasn't been the best that we've seen today. We've seen quite a few that have kept us interested, but Lima and Nurilayev are struggling here. There's a lovely Ojigari. Maybe Nurilayev heard, because that was one of the best finishes that we've had for the day so far. Thank you very much. Just in time. Lovely Ojigari, having to hop that through. Hooked in. And then once Lima was on his way, he couldn't avoid getting caught up in that hopping action from Nurilayev, ending up with Lima going over for lovely Ippon. Yeah, no question about that. On his back, and nice finish. Right, it's possible that we're going to tidy things up on the tatami in the times of the pandemic. We have to take a little bit of a break here and get the tatami clean. So we're going to go down to mat number 1, I think. If it is that the action continues down there, then we'll go down there. However, I can't see down at that end, and it may be that they are cleaning all the tatami. It's not quite sure. Could be that we've only got action on mat number 2. That's Jakub Shamilov and Yildiz Zhumakanov. Let's see what my chief says. Yeah, I think we're going to have a short break whilst we tidy things up. So you at home, wherever you are, let's say welcome and welcome back. Welcome back to the IJF live stream. We've been away for a while, not just the stream, but competition in general, and we've missed broadcasting to you as much as you've probably missed getting the broadcasts, but we've got our fingers crossed that things are at last beginning to look up. It was about this time last year that we had the first indications that something was not right, and very soon after that we had to take steps with regard to the hosting of tournaments, the staging of tournaments. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we were in the process of staging the tournament in Rabat in Morocco, I think it was, and that was the first one that was cancelled, and then we had to cancel Ekaterinburg, and after that it was pretty much downhill. Well, we've had a resumption of sorts over the last couple of months, and I know the president of the International Judo Federation, Mr. Maris Visa, in his statement a day or so ago was talking about the tournaments that he was hopeful of seeing in the coming months in the lead up to Tokyo 2021. And with all due respect to the IJF president, I think he was also saying that the decision as to which tournaments were going to be held, where and when, he didn't have complete and total control of. The pandemic really determines where and when we're going to be able to stage tournaments, and the countries that host the tournaments have a number of problems to deal with before they can say yes or no. So I've got no doubt whatsoever that you've got a number of countries who are keen and would be absolutely delighted to have an event. However, if they're overtaken by circumstances, then there's very little that the organizing committees can do. They have to bow to a bigger problem. And right now, there has been talk about Tbilisi and Antalya, and at some stage Paris. I think they mentioned Tel Aviv as well, and no doubt those three places will have their fingers crossed, as we have, in the hope that we'll get some action soon. And then the Continental Championships as well. And I think Mr. Visa also mentioned about the World Championship. So very unusually, and for the first time in my memory, we're likely to have a World Championships in the same year as an Olympic Games. I'm not against that either at all. Quite looking forward to that. Right, looks as though we've got the two contestants ready to go. Angelica Delgado of the United States of America to face Tinker Easton of Australia. It's Delgado in the white judogi, Easton in blue. Remember, you can choose whichever of the mats you want to watch. As Anastasia Konkina down on mat number 1 in the under 57 kilo category. She's up against Kwon Yu-jong of the Republic of Korea. And then on the adjoining mat, you have Joanna Ramos of Portugal up against Chelsea Giles of Great Britain. There's no score in either of those two contests. Also gives me a chance to have a look and see what's happening with the draw. Let's have a look if we can give you an update. It's only round 1, so there's not a great deal to talk about, to be honest, but let's make sure that we see what's happening with the under 48 kilo category. Maruša Stanger of Slovenia defeated Milica Nikolic of Serbia, so it'll be Stanger to face the number 1 seed Distria Krasniki of Kosovo in round 2 of the under 48 kilo category. Katarina Costa of Portugal had a bye, and it was Ganbatar Naransetseg of Mongolia who overcame Zeroni Whiteboy of the Republic of South Africa in their first round contest. So it will be Costa to go against Ganbatar. Yulia Figueroa, she had a bye in round 1. She'll face Leila Alieva of Azerbaijan in round 2. It was Alieva who defeated Aziz Shakir of Morocco, and Melanie Clement of France will face Sabina Gilyazova of Russia. No first round contest for Dario Biladic. He had a bye into round 2. Shira Rishoni of Israel lost out to Katharina Mentz of Germany. So it'll be Mentz of Germany to go up against Biladid of Ukraine in round 2. Shireen Bukli of France lost out to Irina Dolgova of Russia in their epic round 1 contest. I think it was an 11.5 minutes of golden score. Dolgova overcoming Shireen Bukli, and it will be Dolgova to face Munkbat Urantsetseg of Mongolia in round 2. And then in Pool D, no first round contest for Tonaki Funa of Japan, but she will face Aisha Gurbanli of Azerbaijan, and it was Gurbanli who overcame Gulkanda Senturk of Turkey in round 1. And the current Olympic champion Paula Pareto of Argentina will face Andrea Stoyadinov of Serbia. Stoyadinov it was who overcame Laura Martinez of Spain in round 1. Stoyadinov continues her good run of form, defeating a really tough opponent in that round 1 contest, Laura Martinez of Spain. So it'll be Stoyadinov and Pareto in round 2. The other weight category that we looked at this morning was the under 60 kilo category. There have been a couple of results in that already. Islam Yashuev of Russia defeated David Polkabek of the Czech Republic. It'll be Yashuev to go up against the number 2 seed, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan in round 2. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only round 1 contest that we had. It was the under 66 kilo category where we had a few more contests. Denis Vieru of Moldova, that was our opening contest. He defeated Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan. Alberto Gaitiro lost out to Aram Grigorian, and it was Niniashvili, Bagrati Niniashvili, who overcame Bogdan Yadov. So we'll have the round 2 contest in Pool A will be Manuel Lombardo of Italy to go up against Denis Vieru, and Aram Grigorian of Russia to face Bagrati Niniashvili of Georgia. Anne Bowell defeated Nathan Katz of Australia, so it'll be Anne Bowell to go up against Daniel Kargnin of Brazil. Kargnin it was who defeated Tal Flicker of Israel, and it was Yondan Perenli Bashko of Mongolia who defeated Mohammed Abdelmagoud of Egypt. Yondan Perenli will face Yeldos Zhumakhanov, who defeated Yakub Shamilov of Russia. Let's get back to the action and see what's happening on mat 3. Who we got coming up next? Charlene van Snick of Belgium. Van Snick of Belgium is going to go up against Lakfasuran Sosobaram of Mongolia. Anastasia Konkina of Russia has just defeated Kwon Yu-jong of the Republic of Korea. That's in round 1 of the under 57 kilo category. I was part way through telling you what happened in the under 66 kilo category. The number 2 seed Ganbol Kurlan of Mongolia had a bye. He'll go up against Sebastian Seidel of Germany. It was Seidel who defeated Daniel Perez of Spain. Kim Lin Wan put out Georgi Zantaraya of Ukraine in their round 1 contest, and then it was Yerlan Serekjanov of Kazakhstan who defeated Abdullah Abduljalilov of Russia. Nearly there, just the last pool of the under 66 kilo category. Number 3 seed Vazamag Velashvili of Georgia defeated Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia, and it was Ahmed Abdelrahman of Egypt, who in that bruising battle overcame Imad Basu of Morocco. Baruch Shmailov of Israel overcame Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan, and it'll be Shmailov to go up against Sadur Nurilayev. Nurilayev threw William Lima of Brazil beautifully with Ojigari for Ippon. All right, I think that is us up to date now. Let's get back to the action. It is Van Snick in the white judo gi, Lagvasurin in blue. No scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty each. We've got the under 57 kilo category taking place down on mat number 1. Mat 2 and 3. We're on mat number 3. We've got different pools of the under 52 kilo category. Van Snick and Lagvasurin here, and on the adjoining mat, Ramos and Giles. No score in either of these two contests. Suppose I should tell you that there are a certain number of IJF staff members attending the Masters in Doha. However, we don't have a full complement of staff simply because in order to meet the requirements for staging the events, only essential staff are in attendance. So we would normally have another group of staff members carrying out various tasks, but we've only got the bare minimum, the essential staff members there to ensure that the event is run and that we meet the COVID-19 protocols that have been put in place for staging events. So I am currently a long way away from Doha and having to do this remotely. I hope that it's not affecting the broadcast too much, and I hope that you are managing to stick with things and we're getting the timing right, and at least getting as much quality as we're able to bring to the broadcast. I hope that you're enjoying that. Anyway, there's no score yet. Lagvasurin has picked up a second penalty, and we've got a little less than a minute in this one to go. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties. So a third penalty here. Nope. Van Snick has that one taken away. Just makes that little bit more comfortable for the Belgian. Been around for quite some time now, Van Snick. probably the last cycle for her. Already an Olympic bronze medalist back in 2012. Yeah, no real rotation there from Tlakfasuren. Just needs to free the right leg. Van Snick given the score for the Sutemi Waza. Tlakfasuren not happy with that. She thought that had come from the ground. My initial thought on that was the same. Replay may show otherwise. Anyway, that's what it will go down as. Charlene Van Snick winning out over Tlakfasuren of Mongolia. Fabienne Kocher of Switzerland now up against Karolina Pienkowska of Poland. Kocher in the white judogi, Pienkowska in blue. Kocher's had some reasonable results. Always puts in a good effort. One of those fighters who maybe doesn't set the stage alight, but works hard and hangs in there. Kept going, and now she's reaping the benefits. A lot of hard work from the Swiss fighter. Yeah, 52 kilo category promises to be a good one. Some of the matchups that you would want to see and have been waiting for quite some time are all possible here. We've got my Linda Kelmendi in attendance. Odette Giuffrida, who will be coming up next. Amandine Bouchard as well. And Shishimi Ai of Japan. So a number of fighters there well worth taking a look at. Little Satemi was her effort there, but Kosha managed to block that one. It's difficult whether to say exactly what time it is, because I'm not sure where you are joining us from, but a very good morning. Kosha there taking that contest. Less said about that, the better, actually. So, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Thanks very much for joining us. As I said earlier on, I'm just as happy to be here broadcasting to you as you are probably to get a broadcast and at least have some judo. So, hello. Coming up next, Odette Giuffrida of Italy. She faces Estrella Lopez of Spain. It's Giuffrida in the white judogi, Lopez in blue. A tough first round contest for Estrella Lopez, having to go up against Odette Giuffrida. That is how it is sometimes with the draw. Lovely little ashiwaza. So neat. Beautifully done by Giuffrida. Hardly looked as though she had to do anything. Nice timing, nice and smooth. And Lopez Sheriff went over for Wazari. So within the first 10-15 seconds, first attack really, Giuffrida coming up with a score. Makes it nice and comfortable for the Italian. Yeah, maybe Kosodagari actually, rather than Diashibarai. Early score will just settle Giuffrida. Can be a busy fighter from time to time. Keeps up a really good rate of attacks. Very rarely gives her opponents any time to settle. Lopez has already picked up a penalty. She's behind by Wazari as well. Quite sure what it is. The referees had to take time to get some instruction on, but right now I think they're looking at some replay of an action. Not sure what it is. Taking quite a while to make up their minds about whatever it is that they're having a look at. I didn't see anything untoward. Well, it could be that Giuffrida went against the arm. Well, that will have to be down to a replay. And if Odette Giuffrida went against the arm, that is Hand Sokumake, and she's out of the tournament. What a shock. First round exit for Adet Giafrida. She was leading by Wazari. And that's definitely not the way that we would have wanted things to work out. Really unfortunate exit. Here's the action then. Yep. Sorry. I'm not sure why it took so long, to be honest. The minute that she turned in for that attack, that was going to go against the arm. It could be that they wanted to get confirmation from one of the commissioners. So it could be that the contest judges saw it, brought it to the attention of the referee who calls the mate. They then have to call the commission in to have a look at it. And that's why it took a while. But you only needed to see it once. And that was enough. Right, on the mat now, Gilly Cohen of Israel is up against Tatiana Levitska-Shukvani of Georgia. It's the Georgian in the white judogi, the Israeli in blue. Who else should we say good morning or good afternoon to then? Why not? If you are nice enough to be sending us messages, then we'll be nice enough to say good morning to you wherever you may be. And thanks very much for your messages. I know that it may not be the best of quality this time round, but we are, as I said earlier on, we are operating from a distance. So let's hope it's not causing you too many viewing difficulties. I'm trying to look ahead to see what's coming up next on the different mats. I don't want to jump around too much. For those of you that are interested, coming up next on mat 2, it'll be Mylinda Kelmendi and Andrea Kitsu. That might be worth having a look at. I think just as a result of this having to be done remotely, I'm trying to be careful about how we jump around. And I know that you've got your own choices that you may want to make about what you want to watch. So by all means, don't feel that you have to stick here on the commentated channel. You can click on whichever of the tatamis you want. Down on mat number 1, it's Gofran Khalifi of Tunisia. She's up against Leilani Akiyama of the United States of America. In fact, Khalifi has just won that contest. And then on mat 2, it's Sumia Irouahoui of Morocco. She's up against Pupreka of Hungary. Choice is yours. I won't feel badly if you decide not to stay here. Gilly Cohen leads by Wazari over Tatiana Levitska-Shukvani. We've got 40 odd seconds left to go. The Georgian with a bit of a mountain to climb here, almost going over right-sided to that Ojigari effort from Gilly Cohen. Got to put everything into it now. Very little time left, and Gilly Cohen keen to stay on the ground. I think the referee's already called Mate with 14 seconds left to go. Last roll of the dice for Levitska Shukovani here. Gilly Cohen with those stiff arms, you can see, just stuck out, trying to keep the Georgian away from her. Yep, single score for Gilly Cohen is enough to take this contest. She goes into round 2. Well, shock of the round was the departure of Odette Giuffrida of Italy. She went out having received Hansokumake, disqualified for a really careless effort and putting pressure on her opponent's elbow. She got disqualified. I don't think there was any doubt about that. Larissa Pimenta of Brazil now up against Park Dasol of the Republic of Korea. Pimenta in the white judogi, Park in blue. Kelmendi and Kitsu are now on mat number 2 for those of you who want to watch that. Park not able to make progress with the attempted turnover. Just looking at some of the contests to come up, you might want to make a note of upcoming contest on mat number 1. Dortsuren Sumia of Mongolia will be up against Loredana Ohi of Romania. And the reason I mentioned Dortsuren is that she has won the event 4 times. Astonishing, really. Huge success for Dorj Suren. Pimenta, it is, working on the ground, trying to execute the turnover. Park having to defend strongly now. These are still round 1 contests in the under 52 kilo category. Early days yet, we haven't been going for that long. Just over an hour and a half, actually. It's gone very quickly, to be honest. Perhaps because we've been away for so long and there's been quite a lot to talk about. Remember, Kelmendi and Kitsu on mat 2 for those of you who are interested in possibly watching that one. Pimenta with another opportunity to work on the ground now. Park having to defend again. She's done that successfully. Hasn't really been able to make any headway against the defense of Park Dasol. I can't imagine that Pimenta, especially coming from Brazil, isn't adept at working on the ground. So I can only assume, therefore, that Park has got a pretty good defense. For the time being, anyway, managing to keep the Brazilian out. Melinda Kelmendi has gone ahead by Wazari on mat 2. She leads Andrea Kitsu in their round 1 contest in the under 52 kilo category with a little over a minute left to go. Again, Park managing to keep Pimenta out. Eteri Lipatiliani of Georgia is up against Timna Nelson Levy of Israel on mat number 1. There's no score in that contest as yet. Yeah, Pimenta thought about the Seotoshi, but Park managed to block that. Park, I think, needs to start picking the tempo up here. She does, makes an attempt on the left side. Pimenta blocks that. Slightly untidy entry into that attempted Jujigatami. Never really got going. Park Dasol it is who comes out the winner there. There had originally, by the way, been a score on mat number 2 for Kelmendi, but that was taken away. So no score in that contest. They're into the golden score period. Already had a little over a minute. So we've already seen one of the top seeds disappear. That was Odette Giuffrida. And now Kelmendi having to go into golden score. Mind you, Kitsu has picked up 2 penalties, so she's at a disadvantage there in that one. Meanwhile, we've got Ekaterina Guica of Canada up against Astrid Neto of France. It's Guica in the white judogi, Neto in blue. And then down on mat number 1, it's a contest that we spoke about that features Dortsurin Sumia, the 4-time IJF Masters gold medal winner, Dortsurin of Mongolia, up against Loredana Ohi of Romania. There's no score in that one. And Kelmendi looks as though she's won her contest on the back of 3 penalties picked up by Andrea Kitsu. So that one looks as though it's been safely negotiated by Kelmendi. More than can be said for the unfortunate early departure of Odette Giuffrida. I don't want to go on about it too much. However, it is a bit of a shocker to have lost Giuffrida so early in the competition. Neto now leads by Wazari. Right-sided effort from Neto almost brings Guica down. And then on the adjoining mat, we've got Agata Perenk of Poland. She's up against Tatiana Cesar of Guinea-Bissau. There's no score in that one as yet. We're going to stay here on mat number 3, because after this we've got the under 60 kilo category, round 2, beginning here. Yeah, we'll stay and watch that. We've got quite a number of good-looking contests to bring you, unless, of course, we get drawn somewhere else. You, of course, at home, you're quite lucky. You can click on whichever of the mats you want. We've got 3 mats here, and you can decide what it is that you want to look at. I'll see whether or not we stay here or jump around and pick up action from one of the other categories. But for the time being, we'll stick with the under 52 kilo category. Single score for Neto at the moment, with a little under half the contest still to come. She leads. And Ekaterina Guica of Canada doing the chasing at the moment. Dortsurin has won her contest, by the way, down on mat number 1. Not sure whether she'll be able to make it a 5th title. That would indeed be a turn up for the book, but she's won her opening contest anyway. And now down on mat number 1, it's Miriam Roper of Panama who's going to go up against Maritza Perisic of Serbia. And that is a round 1 contest in the under 57 kilo category, taking place down on mat number 1. Neto still leads here with a minute and 20 odd seconds left to go. Well, she's still battling away is Guica, but can't really make any headway against Neto, who's beginning to look a little bit overly defensive here, actually, and she does pick up a penalty. The referee's just spotted that, taking hold of that grip and just killing that, just pushing that towards the tatami, and no real chance for Guica to do anything. Just having that sleeve controlled and then killed. There's nothing wrong with Neto taking that grip. She hasn't been penalised because of grip. She's been penalised because she took the dominant grip and then didn't do anything with it. So that was the reason for that penalty. In the end, it didn't really make that amount of difference. Neto, it is, who comes out on top. She wins her opening contest and she goes through to round 2. There's no score in the contest between Roper and Perisic down on mat number 1. But Perenc and Cesar on the adjoining mat in the under 52 kilo category. That's a Wazari apiece. Here's the score from Neto. I think that right-sided effort. And that was the Satemi was her effort from Guica that was blocked by Neto. On mat number 3 now, the number 2 seed, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He's up against Islam Yashuev of Russia. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Yashuev in blue. Lutfilayev attacking there with left-sided Uchimata that just had Yashuev up in the air for a moment. Yeah, Yashuev looked bent over and defensive there. He's going to pick up the penalty. And that was the difference between the Neto grip and the Lutfilayev grip. They were both strong. They were both dominating their opponents. But Lutfilayev was using the grip to attempt attacks, from which to attempt his attacks. Neto, however, took the grip and then didn't do anything, so she was the one who picked up the penalty. This time round, Lutfilayev took the dominant grip. Yashuev became defensive, and because Lutfilayev was attacking, it was Yashuev who picked up the penalty. Yeah, it looks as though he's got his hands full with Lutfilayev. Doesn't really enjoy the style. Lutfilayev, huge left-sided Uchimata effort. I think he over-rotated him, to be honest. Let's have a look at the landing. Yeah, not given a score. Ended up doing too much. Oh yeah, he has been given a score. Yeah, it's something that you can spot on the replay. So I'm not going to put that down as a fault against the referee. That's a tricky one to determine. And the whole reason for having the commission with the technology, the replay technology, is they can spot those borderline decisions. And for me, that really was borderline, because it looked as though, with the naked eye and at speed, as though Yashuev had been thrown and landed without part of the scoring part of the body coming into contact with the mat. I think he had over-rotated, but on reflection, as far as after review, it was decided that Lutfilayev had indeed come up with the score. And he leads with 50 seconds left to go. Yashuev has picked up a single penalty. We won't worry about that at the moment. We'll just look at that score that Lutfilayev has. That's what's causing the problem for the Russian now. Trying to even things up. Perisic has defeated Roper, by the way, in the under 57 kilo category, round 1, down on mat number 1. And Perenc and Cesar continue their battle. A Wazaria piece there, 2.5 minutes into golden score. Time running out here for Yashuev. Yeah, it's all coming a little bit too late, I'm afraid. Lutfilayev will pick up a penalty for taking a drop. He may even pick up another one for stepping off the contest area, but to be honest, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever now. Time has run out. That single score from Lutfilayev, who, if truth be told, was the better of the two. Lutfilayev it is who wins out. Right, so that should be a quarter-final spot now for Sharafuddin Lutfilayev. I'll just check that. No, not quite. We've got another round, so 3 rounds, quarter-final then semi-final. So Lutfilayev into round 3. He's going to face the winner of the upcoming contest between Joshua Katz and Jure Verstraeten of Belgium. It's Katz from Australia in the white judogi, Verstraeten in blue. I think we're probably going to watch one more contest on mat number 3. That'll be the upcoming contest between the current world champion Lukhumi Chukvimiani of Georgia. He's going to face Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea, and then after that we'll probably go down to mat number 1 and see the number 1 seed in the under 48 kilo category. Then we'll follow some of that. That'll be Distria Krasniki, and then some stage we'll get to see Daria Bilidid, Monkbat Uransetzik, Tonaki Funa, Paolo Pareto. They're all involved in that. And if we stay there, we'll probably see the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, Jessica Klimper. We'll see how things unfold. Might want to have a look at Robert Shvidabadze as well. He'll be on mat number 2 at some stage. I know that it's something that I remind you of, but you are perfectly at liberty to choose whichever of the mats you want. And on live, I'll just give you the right link here, live.ijf.org. You can bring up the contest order and you can see quite some way in advance what is coming up, and then you can have your own playlist, if you like, and make the selections yourself. The only thing that you won't get is, given that we've only got the one commentator and we're doing that remotely anyway, you may end up having just the visual and audio from the venue, as opposed to any additional commentary that we bring. We can only bring you one at a time, I'm afraid. Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia leads Helene Resevo of France in their round 1 contest. Down on mat number 1, there's a minute 50 odd left to go, so just under halfway, and Mezhetskaya leads by Wazaru. We're still waiting for a score here. Joshua Katz and Jore Verstraeten just having a little tap away at that left foot of Katz. A little bit too far away. He almost walked onto that hip technique. Ooh. And Jore Verstraeten is probably going to have a sore back after that effort. Almost got bent in half. Another little tap at the foot brings Katz down onto his front, and the chance for Verstraeten to attempt the turnover. Yeah, he's part way there. Top half looks reasonably good, just needs to free the leg now. If Katz can get the turn right, he'll be able to block this, but he hasn't been able to, I'm afraid. That right leg has come out. And that was neatly done by the young Belgian. One of my favourites. Good lad. Nice work. Joshua had kept him out for 4 minutes almost. And only at the death was Verstraeten able to turn the Australian onto his back, free the leg. He'd done a good job in tightening up the top half, actually, and maybe if he'd tried that a little bit earlier on, he wouldn't have gotten away with it. Joshua had enough strength to keep him out, but right at the end, you haven't got the same kind of power. And Verstraeten was able to execute the turnover. What have we got happening down on mat number 1 then in the under 48 kilo category? Distria Krasniki is supposed to be going up against Marusa Stanger, I think. That should be the contest. Yeah, that's what's taking place down there, and they are actually underway. We, however, are going to watch the contest between the current world champion Luhumi Chukwuemeka of Georgia. He's up against Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea. It's Chukvimiani in the white judogi, Kim in blue. Chukvimiani not looking that comfortable. He was bent over a little bit there and looking slightly defensive. Kim Won-jin giving the Georgian a little bit of trouble with the grips. Krasnicki's taken a Wazari lead, by the way, down on mat number 1 already. Just the single Shido against Chukvimiani at the moment. He's got his hands full with Kim Won-jin. Kim not making any headway on the ground, and the referee decides to call mate. He's got his left hand heavily strapped. Right foot as well, keeping his physio and their team doctor busy with all that strapping. Right-sided effort from Chukvimiani, slightly tired looking effort from the Georgian. Definitely giving Chukvimiani something to think about here. Moritz Plavki has come up with the shock maybe of the tournament so far and has defeated the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category, Robert Shvidabadze. So the number 1 seed goes out. He joins Odette Giuffrida as one of the shocks of the tournament so far. Giuffrida went out after receiving Hansoku Make for a poorly attempted technique. To put pressure on her opponent's elbow, so she picked up the direct Hansoku Make. That put her out. Shvidabadze, I think, was thrown by Plavki for Ippon. That put him out. And now Chukvimiani under some pressure here as we come to the last few seconds in regulation time, and he almost went over there. Good strong effort here from Kim Won-jin, keeping up good tempo. So Chukwuemeka with a lot to think about here. Just the single Shido against him. Chukwuemeka, having to take a bit of time out to tidy up some kind of injury that he's picked up. Kim Won-jin now able just to gather himself here. And I think given the way that the contest is gone, this is probably a good thing. It's a much better thing for Kim Won-jin. He can now focus on what has happened up to this point, how he's dealt with Chukwuemeka, the state of the contest as if he has a look across at the scoreboard. Chukwuemeka, however, you can see from him rushing back to the middle, not getting to the start point, not taking his time. He, to me, just demonstrated there that he feels under pressure, that he's got to get back quickly, he's got to make something happen. Should have taken his time, get back into it that little bit more settled, whereas Kim Won-jin was waiting for Chukwuemeka's return. He's had a chance to think about things and gather himself. I just feel that he's probably in a better position here. Needs to stand up nice and upright. Don't get rattled by Chukwuemeka's overexcited state. Don't get dragged into that. Slightly untidy looking Chukwuemeka. Keep things nice and tight. Kim Won-jin. We've had a minute and a half of golden score. And after that frantic return to the mat from Chukwuemeka, he settled down a little bit. Yeah, it didn't take him long to get untidy again. He just hasn't looked the same. He hasn't looked settled. Kim Won-jin has got him unsettled because of the tactics. He's got a nice rate of attacks, Kim Won-jin, and now Chukwuemeka picks up a second penalty, just what he didn't want. Mind you, Kim Won-jin must be feeling the tempo as well after 2 minutes of golden score. He wasn't that quick to rush in there. A little bit too far away with that Seotoshi effort. Just dropped onto that right knee and then onto both. Lucky enough, he held on to Chukwuemeka. If he'd lost contact with the hands, he'd have picked up a penalty for a false attack there. It wasn't the best of attacks from the Korean. Wanted to take the arm for the Makikomi, but Kim turned the right way, and then the Makikomi wasn't on. Can't lose the thread here, and by that I mean can't lose the feeling that you've built up in the contest for the timing. Make sure you don't fall behind. Kim Won-jin's got to come up with an attack now, because Chukvimiani has managed to step things up. Still penalty free, Kim Won-jin. That's to his advantage, but he really has to come up with a good strong attack here, because Chukvimiani, even though that wasn't the best of attacks, is looking more and more the aggressor. Three and a half minutes of golden score. Both fighters looking pretty tired now. Difficult to come up with really strong attacks when you're so drained. Oh, chance to turn here. Whoa, and he does. Yeah, just off balance there, Chukvimiani. And what on paper appeared, as soon as the draw came out, what looked like it could prove a difficult contest for Chukvimiani has indeed proved not only difficult, it's proved tournament ending for Lukumi Chukvimiani. Okay, we're going to go down to mat number 1 if we can now. We're going to pick up the action in the under 48 kilo category. Yulia Figueroa of Spain is up against Leyla Alieva of Azerbaijan. There's no score in the contest yet. We've had half the contest. It's Figueroa in the white judogi, Alieva in blue, and we join it just as Figueroa applies the Kazuri Yoko Shiogatami. We were in was that in golden score? I'm not sure. That was the other scoreboard, beg your pardon. Yeah. So Figueroa it is who wins out here. See how that turnover was executed now. Right, coming up next, Melanie Clement of France. She faces Sabina Gilyazova of Russia. It's Clement in the white judogi, Gilyazova in blue. I'm just going to make sure that we got this right, because the winner of this contest, this is down in, yeah, the winner of this will face Julia Figueroa in the second of the quarterfinals. Yeah, the first quarterfinal is Distria Krasniki, the number 1 seed from Kosovo. She's going to face Katerina Costa, and then it'll be Julia Figueroa to face the winner of this contest. Gilyazova giving a little bit of a tap there with that Kochigari, which was too far away. The Ochigari is a better effort, and then Clement trying to come up with her own counter. Chance on the ground now, but Clement looks as though she's got a good defense against that. First on the Shemiweza, a little stab at the arm, and then decides against it.
Dear spectators, we once again remind you that today is the first day of Doha World Judo Masters 2021 here in Qatar. The final bout today will start at 5 p.m.
اليوم الأول من السنة المتمسك دوحة شيخ رشيد. الفاينل الأدوار النهائية ستبدأ مع الساعة 5 مساء.
Both fighters penalised there for avoiding to take a grip. Yeah, she wasn't quite settled when coming in for that attack, Clement. Never really got to threaten Gilyazova, who just pushed the hips forward and collapsed that. No contact with the hands with that Ochigari effort from Gilyazova either. It's all been a little bit frantic. No one really able to settle and come up with a strong enough attack. Right, the golden score period is underway now. We've had a few golden scores to deal with. We didn't bring you the really long, I think it was 11.5-minute battle between Dolgova and Bukli. That ended up with Dolgova winning that one. Just going to have a look at the landing here. The initial thought was the score, and so it is. Melanie Clement it is, with that little Ashiwaza at the end. It was good enough to come up with the win. See what it was in the end. Yep, yeah, just about enough, I think. Right, on mat number 1 now. Daria Biladid of Ukraine up against Katarina Mentz of Germany. It's Biladid in the white judogi, Mentz in blue.
على حساب رقم 1 الأبيض الأوكراني داريا بيلودي فاز مرتين ببطولة العالم.
Biladid leading here. This will make her nice and comfortable. Mind you, Odette Giuffrida was comfortable in her contest. She led by Wazari until she got disqualified. Yeah, there's the little ashy wazzer that brings Katarina Mentz down onto her side, and then it's the push down that really finishes off. And a typical finish here from Biladid. All legs. Wraps up the top half of the body. Really head and shoulders gets completely wrapped up, and then she's so tall and leggy for that weight category that she's able to reach down, trap the leg of her opponent, and really secure that. Ushiro Sangaku Gatami, we'll have to label that. Right. Munkbat Urantsetseg gets a gift. Dolgova is unable to come out for the contest. Not surprised, to be honest, given that she'd had that epic battle with Shireen Buckley in their round one contest that effectively went into almost a fourth as far as the timing is concerned, 11 and a half minutes. And she's probably felt that she's had enough for the day. I hope that whatever it is that is ailing her is nothing serious, but she has picked up an injury and is not able to take part in the contest. Right, on the mat now, Tonaki Funa of Japan. She's up against Aisha Gabanli of Azerbaijan. It's Tonaki in the white judogi, Gabanli in blue. That's rather unfortunate then for Dolgova. Having won her contest against Shireen Buckley, you're now injured and can't take part any further. Well, it would be Kresnicki and Costa in the first of the quarterfinals. Julia Figueroa up against Melanie Clement in the second. And we've just seen Daria Biladid defeat Katharina Mentz. It'll be Biladid to go up against Munkbat Urantsetseg. A little bit of a clash there. Tanaki and Gabanli. I suppose the handshakes are okay during the contest then, are they? But just not after. So many different things that you have to look out. That wasn't a bad little effort there from Gabanli, just a little bit too far away to really cause Tanaki any problems. However, she does pick up a penalty. Tanaki just a little bit off the pace, I think. Just trying to think who they've sent. The Japanese, well, the women's team anyway. Tanaki, Shishimi, Yoshida, Nabakura at 63, and then 70. I think it was Ono, if I'm not mistaken, and then Hamada Shari in the under 78 kilo category. We got no one at plus. There's no one in the plus 78 kilo category. Right, Gabanli, I think, has picked up a second knock to the mouth, or maybe just the lip, I think, and we're going to have to tidy that up before we get back underway. Good morning, good afternoon, I suppose, to some people, and evening, even good evening if you are further off to the east. There's the point of view from Tanaki as she looks ahead of her. You can see the adjoining mat. That's mat 2 that she's looking at, and then right down in the distance, mat 3. Gabanli's had the scratch to the face tidied up. Surely that's not going to stay on there for that long. You normally have to wrap that around the head for any kind of bandaging to have any chance of staying on. Single Shido against Tanaki as she comes up with a lovely little Diashi Baraya that brings Gabanli over. That was nice work. So, Tanaki it is. Yeah, that was lovely. Beautifully done, and was moving smoothly into the Osai Waza as well. We've got coming up next then Paula Pareto of Argentina. She's up against Andrea Stoyadinov of Serbia. It's the current Olympic champion in the white judogi, up against Stoyadinov in blue. The winner of this will face Tanaki Funa in the 4th of the quarterfinals. I've already given you the lineup for the first 3, so I won't bore you with another repeat of that. Just to let you know that we are going to stay here on mat number 1, because coming up next will be round 2 of the under 57 kilo category, and we're going to get a chance to see the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, Jessica Klimke of Canada. She'll be up against Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. That's coming up next. Stoyadinov has been on good form recently. Some good results and really good effort. Up against the best in the world here, though. The current Olympic champion. Really tall order. Pareto's fighting style almost draws their opponents onto her. They almost get the feeling that they're being forced to come forward all the time. She likes to have them walking onto that Morote Seonagi or the Seotoshi that she employs. Just too far away with that effort, I'm afraid. Slightly closer, but really, Stoyadinov is not coming under any real threat there. Just a single Shido against Paolo Pareto at the moment. As I said earlier, Stoyadinov has been performing really well. Just beginning to step things up. The Serb fighter, a teammate by the way, Milica Nikolic, went out in the first round. This would be a massive win for Stoyadinov if she could pull off something here. Almost got caught going backwards there. That little combination from Pareto almost caught Stoyanov. That's rather unfortunate for Stoyanov, picking up a second penalty. Now Pareto just beginning to step things up here, maybe sensing that the power is drained from Stoyanov. It's really good at keeping up a rate of attacks. She's got to be careful herself that she doesn't throw in an attack that's judged to be a false attack. Stoyanov also got to keep hold of her opponent. Don't want to get untidy here. Just managed to get the timing of that turn right. Stoyanov looked as though she's going to be in trouble for a moment. Still not out of it yet. Really giving a good account of herself here, Stoyanov. And as ever, Pareto able to come up with those low efforts. The Marote Seoinage just gets right underneath her opponent's stab there with that little left ojigari. That can happen. Picked up a second penalty now. Did say that. You want to make sure that you don't get called for a false attack. Stoyanov attacking on the right side there. Stoyanov will have seen Pareto on any number of occasions. She'll know what's coming next. Of course, Pareto would like to come up with a throw, but she's perfectly happy just to put in a valid attack. That was close, actually. That was a good one. And having had 3 in a row, I don't think Raul Camacho, the referee, has got any choice here but to give the third penalty against Andrea Stoyanov. No score in the contest, but Pareto again showing her tactical awareness, just making sure that she comes up with enough attacks and she takes that particular contest. Right, so for the first time today, we can have a look at the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, Jessica Klimke of Canada. She goes up against Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. It's Klimke in the white judogi, Kowalczyk in blue. I think in a recent interview we saw Klimke saying, look, it's not a secret, I like Seoinage. It's not as though it's going to come as a shock to anyone. This is what I do. She just happens to do it very well, and irrespective of whether her opponents know about it or not. Most of the time they end up getting caught. That's why she happens to be world number 1 at the moment. No world champion in the under 57 kilo category at this event. The current world champion, Krista Deguchi. There is the Seoinage, slightly differently applied this time round. Not quite sure that was where she aimed to put Kowalczyk. Kowalczyk almost stepping over it, and Klimke deciding, well, I'm not finished yet, I'm going to give this a go in another direction, and it came off for her. So Klimke leads by Wazari. Can't get the legs trapped as she does now. Actually, now this, yeah, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that. He just managed to hook the leg in and was looking to execute the turnover. Kowalczyk has picked up a Shido for passivity. Klimke nice and busy. She's got the score on the board. Ochigari right-sided, just bringing Kowalczyk down onto her backside, not able to come up. Well, she does get given the second score. I didn't quite see the finish there. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, down onto the side, and the arm is pulled across the body with some degree of control as well. So, yep. Oh, thank you very much for that replay. It showed clearly the score. On the mat now, Lian Chenling of Chinese Taipei goes up against Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It's Lian in the white judogi, Konkina in blue. Just had the first of the second round matches take place. So the category yet to take shape. Still plenty of time for this one to develop. We did have almost a full first round. I suppose it'd be worth going through that and giving you the lineup, but it is online, so you can take a look at that. I think I'm going to have to leave you to look at that one yourselves. We just try as much as possible to stay with the action. Lian, another fighter who at the back end of, for most of 2019, at the back end of 2019, was having a good run of things. Both fighters just spinning in and out of attacks that they haven't really been in control of. Just need to settle a little bit. Launch something from a more stable position. Right now it's a little bit frantic. No scorers yet. We've had half the contest already. Slightly unusual grip, and now there's a chance for Konkina to attack on the ground, but as is so often the case with those who are really good on the ground, they end up having very good defenses as well. I just got rid of some tape from the fingers there. I think that was what it was. Yeah, that slightly unusual position left her completely vulnerable. Once she got the arm in that wrong position, just opened up that whole side, and Lien Chenling came in and absolutely clattered her. Yeah, that's where it went wrong, I'm afraid. That left arm going across left the Makikomi. It was as though you'd given the arm for that. Yeah. Couldn't escape it then. Right, Sarah Leonie Sasik of France is up against Sanne Verhagen of the Netherlands. It's Sasik in the white judogi, Verhagen in blue. Sasik managed to get that dominant grip fairly early. Hasn't been able to use it yet, and it's Verhagen who comes up with the attack first. You can't be leaving your arm dangling out there, I'm afraid. Right, on mat number 1 now, Telma Monteiro of Portugal. What a shocker. Yeah, we're talking about acts that are dangerous. We talk about the arm and trapping the leg and wrapping around the leg there. But that particular action there where Kelefi couldn't complete the attempted uranagi and Monteiro got dumped on her head. It's no real fault of Kelefi. Monteiro, to some degree, also is attempting to avoid going over. There's another one that was over-rotated. It just put it down on the hip a little bit. But that one hand was out. So there wasn't enough of the scoring part of the body to warrant a score. See in the background, coming onto the mat, Yago Abuladze of Russia, as Monteiro picked up a penalty. Both fighters have picked up a penalty. That's a good score for Monteiro. Yeah, she gets taken back quite heavily in the end. The landing is worth Wazari. So that's the lead for Monteiro. And she thinks, well, if it's worked once, let's have another go at it. And over goes Kelefi again. So 2 scores for Monteiro, both pretty similar in the end. And it's Telma Monteiro who goes into the next round. Yeah, nice footwork from the Portuguese, the experienced Portuguese fighter. Right, they are taking a little bit of a breakdown on mat number 1 now to tidy up. I'll see if we can move to one of the other tatamis. Not sure how long it will be, but I think they're going to be a while here. Let's see if we can organise to go to mat number 2. Okay, great. We are down on mat number 2. Yago Abuladze of Russia is up against Artem Lesiuk of Ukraine. Abuladze in the white judogi, Lesiuk in blue. No score as yet. We've got a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Abuladze will be well aware of the early departure of his teammate Robert Shvidabadze from the competition. Didn't see that particular contest, but Shvidabadze is already out. I'll tell you a little bit about it. When I say tell you a little bit about it, the one thing that I can tell you is that it was in round 2, and it was Maurice Plafke of Germany who put out the number 1 seed Robert Shvidabadze. Plafke, by the way, will now comes up against Diobek Urazboyev of Uzbekistan in round 3. Minute left to go. No score between Abuladze and Lesiuk. Unusual that we should have. I think that's one of the staff from who's cleaning the tatami. We're normally pretty good at having the areas clear, but it can happen from time to time. And speaking of time, it's Abuladze who's taking his time here, being very watchful as he tries to turn Lesiuk over. I'm not sure what Abuladze's nearwise is like, but Lesiuk's defence appears to be up to it. The referee calls mate. They're back up on their feet now with half a minute left to go. What a time to miss out on an opportunity on the ground. Just in those last few seconds there, would have loved to have secured Onosai Komi from here just to pull him back. Really missed out there. I think he was still thinking, but possibly looking up to see what the referees were going to decide about that takedown, but it wasn't for scoring purposes. Abuladze, who's been so exciting in the last couple of tournaments, needs to find that spark here. Well, at least both fighters are penalty free. It's almost as though Abuladze's looking around for some kind of inspiration from somewhere. He's not as focused as he should be. He doesn't appear to have a set or dedicated plan. Needs to find a way to set about getting past Lesiuk's defense, because at the moment the Ukrainian doesn't appear to be under any real threat. Even there, that Satemi was before he'd finished with the effort, had collapsed. Two minutes of golden score. We still haven't found a way, either Lesiuk or Abuladze, and really we're kind of looking towards Abuladze, who came into this as the favourite for the contest, and that's why. Finally, and when he does finally come up with something, it's a fairly spectacular Makikomi. It's well worth the wait. Well, I'd expected something like that from Abuladze. As I said earlier, he had been showing that kind of form leading up to this competition. It took him a little while, but when he did come up with the score, it was well worth waiting for. Nice finish. On the mat now, Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. He goes up against Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. It's Kitadai in the white judogi, Mackenzie in blue. Kitadai has also been around for a while now. That wasn't a bad effort from Mackenzie, almost catching Kitadai. Now Kitadai comes up with, or collects anyway, a Shido for passivity. Just the single Shido against Kizadai with a little over half the contest still to come. I was thinking about the fighters who we've lost already today. 3 of them come to mind. Adetja Frida in the under 52 kilo category. Second penalty picked up by Kitadai. Not good for the Brazilian. Robert Shvidabadze in the under 60 kilo category. He went out quite early. And in the under 60 kilo category as well, Lufumi Chukwumiani. Yeah, that wasn't the best from Mackenzie there. Maybe just feeling the pressure of the grips and decided to throw that attack in, but without being really properly prepared. That was a slightly better effort there on the left side, more threatening from the British fighter. Again, going all over on the left side there. No, it's still okay. Into the last minute. Maybe the one on the right side was not the strongest, but he gets away with it. Oh, I tell you what, Kitadai could be in trouble here. Mackenzie really piling them up. That was very clever. Attack after attack after attack. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. That was clever work from the British fighter, who really stepped up the rate of attacks there. That was just what was called for in the absence of any scoring techniques. Did a good job there. Okay, we get a chance to see the number 1 seed in the under 66 kilo category, Manuel Lombardo of Italy. He's up against Denis Fierou of Moldova. It's Lombardo in the white judogi, Fierou in blue. Slightly different look for you. Nice overhead shot, or at least from fairly high up anyway in the venue. I hasten to add that it's a shot that I can see it on the screen, but I wouldn't be able to see it from where I am because I'm actually not in Doha. So in this time of remote working, I am working remotely. But I'm glad that a number of you who are regular viewers of the stream have sent messages saying hi and hello back. I'm very glad to be back and at least doing something and being able to watch some judo. It really is quite different from not being there. So many other things happen in the role of the commentator, in particular your ability to access the fighters, especially before the competition. Down in the warm-up area in the morning, you get round and you go and chat to a few of them. You just maybe not even have to stop and have a chat, but just nod, say hi, fist pump for some of them, or quite a few of them are sort of huggable, I suppose. Yeah, quite miss missed the close contact, as I'm sure we all do. Denis Vieru was one of the contests that we showed his contest earlier on, and I was talking about the amount of time that he appears to have. He does appear to take his time and set about his business with a degree of... He looks comfortable. He never looks flustered or rushed. Lombardo defending on the ground here, and Vieru giving up the ghost there, deciding against it. He's been quite busy on the ground, Vieru. He was in his opening contest. Not with any real degree of success, but he's just been busy on the ground. And similarly in this one, he hasn't yet made any real headway. But it all helps to build up the picture of being the more active of the two. Here's another stab at the Satemi Waza there that Lombardo manages to block.
Next contest on the number 3, second round for women under 52 kilograms. In blue jury representing Switzerland, Fabienne Moher. In white jury representing Belgium, Charlene Wansi.
Vieru is the fighter who's picked up the single Shido. We're already a minute into golden score. just beginning to look that little bit more busy here, Vieru. There's a second Judo picked up by Vieru. Thought about the little Kataguruma. Didn't think it was that bad to get given a false attack. That the referee Matthew Bataille didn't have any hesitation, to be honest. He didn't need to look up. He decided right away, no, don't like the look of that. He's moved very quickly to becoming one of the best referees on the circuit, Matthew Bataille, former super heavyweight player, almost coming up with that pickup. Yeah, I think a number of people refer to that as the Harborelli, named after the Georgian Shota Harborelli. Lombardo again looking for that little sit down Kataguruma. Harborelli, a hugely successful fighter for Georgia, way back, and then was for quite a while a head coach as well. Thinking about Samashi was a nice effort on the outside there. Osodagari almost bringing Lombardo down. He's coming under some serious pressure here. Vieru at the moment looking the most likely to score. Lombardo's going to have to do something a little bit special here, and that wasn't it. Ooh, almost getting dragged down. Almost going over. He just manages to get the right hand down. That was the initial block, and then the left hand went down. And once both hands were on the mat, well, it was almost impossible then for Vieru to complete that effort. But Lombardo looking pretty tired now. He's going to have to come up with an attack. Can't afford for Vieru to be first to the attack. Yeah, he'd lost it by then. He had no power left to keep Vieru out. That's the second number one seed to bite the dust. We already saw Robert Shvidabadze in the under 60 kilo category go out. And now we've seen Manuel Lombardo of Italy go out here. That's beautiful. Absolutely lovely Toshi here, executed with both hands on one side. Got into a really great position. We'll say Seotoshi then. Right, so we're going to stick on mat number 2. Aram Grigorian of Russia faces Bagrati Niniashvili of Georgia. It's Grigorian of Russia in the white judogi, Niniashvili in blue. And just managed to slip off that effort. Couldn't come up with the change in direction, and then he got completely over-rotated there. That was a great position taken up by Niniashvili. Grigorian didn't know much about that. Ended up on his front, luckily for him. Anyway, he's had the warning signal. Niniashvili has got some serious throwing skills here. Yeah, that's a good score. Nice little Koichigari. Bringing Niniashvili down quite against the run of things. It was Niniashvili who was making most of the headway, but Grigorian now comes up with the score, and a good one it is, with 1:40 odd left to go. Almost able to work on the arm for that Makikomi effort. Not quite, we've got 1 minute left to go. Niniashvili now, you can see the change in his method of operation. Really going for it here. Thing is, as Niniashvili opens up in an effort to pull that score back, opens up opportunities for or more opportunities for Grigorian. And the time just keeps ticking away. 40 seconds left to go. Looking rather desperate now, Niniashvili. Not surprising given the length of time left. Only 20 odd seconds. He's trying to engineer Grigorian out of the competition area. I'd have avoided that. It's not going to help you. A Shido here or there. Grigorian looks as though he's got a bit of a sore elbow. He does pick up a penalty for dropping. It's not going to make any difference now, however. There are only a few seconds left, and Grigorian will want to keep Niniashvili down on the ground as long as possible. 4 seconds left to go. I haven't seen anything done in less than 4. And even if he picks up the second penalty for avoiding to take a grip, won't be enough to change the result because Grigorian had that single score. That was enough for him to take the contest. And Grigorian it is who wins out over Bagrati Niniashvili of Georgia. Let's see who we've got coming up next. Daniel Kargnin of Brazil will face An Baol of the Republic of Korea. So have a look and see what Kargnin can offer up on the ground as he tries to turn An Baol over. Yeah, well, Baol managing to keep him out for the time being anyway. Wasn't the best position from which to start anyway, but you never know. The Brazilians are renowned for their newaza. Kargnin, however, on this occasion anyway, wasn't able to make any headway against An Baol. Half the contest gone, no score as yet, and both fighters have remained penalty free. Distria Krasniki, the #1 seed in the under 48 kilo category, has won her contest down on mat number 1. If I'm not mistaken, that may have been the first of the quarterfinals. Just have a look and see what's happened down there. See if that is indeed is the case. It could be. Yep. So maybe we should take a look and see what's happening down there, because that's where the next lineup. No, it's been changed to Wazari. Anyway. Odd seconds left to go. Both fighters have been penalised the once now. Wasn't quite set with that last effort, and then has another stab at it. And the false attack from Kagnin. Right, we can now move down to mat number 1 to have a look and see what's happening with the #1 seed, Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. Just a few seconds left in the contest. She leads by Wazari over Catarina Costa of Portugal, who has also picked up 2 penalties. Krasniki is penalty free, so she's not against the idea of avoiding to take a grip, because she knows she's got a good lead, and the score was enough anyway to put Krasniki, the #1 seed, into the first of the semi-finals. There's the score. She has a second effort to really bring her down. That was enough to take the contest. Right, coming on to mat number 1 now. Next of the quarterfinals, Julia Figueroa of Spain faces Melanie Clement of France. It's Figueroa in the white judogi, Clement in blue. Quite a difference in height here. Melanie Clement, head and shoulders above her Spanish opponent. She tries to get to grips with Figueroa. Just the single Shido against Figueroa at the moment. There's a little look at the Ojigari left-sided. That doesn't come off. Clement's effort is no stronger, and that doesn't come off. See those signs in the background, the advertising hoardings that flash around, the LED displays flashing Doha 2023. That means we're going to be back here for the World Championships at some stage. Very quickly the board is lighting up, not with scores however, but we've got 3 penalties on there. 2 to Figueroa and 1 to Melanie Clement. Again, a reminder that you can click on whichever of the mats you want to watch. You don't have to stick with the commentated channel. Ojigari, that was a better effort there. Well blocked by Figueroa. Just for a moment, Clement looked as though she might be able to make something of that. But it was well blocked by Figueroa in the end. A little over a minute left to go. Half a minute left to go then. Neither fighter able to come up with a score as yet. Clement going over on one side with the left arm. Not able to make something happen with that. Figueroa still searching for a grip from which he can work. Not sure what she's going to do with both those hands being on the triceps of her opponent. Might be useful for blocking, but can't really come up with a good attack from that position. Right, so we're going to need a period of golden score to sort this one out. Figueroa and Clement. Slight advantage to Clement. She's only picked up the 1 penalty. Figueroa has collected 2. There's a left-sided Ojigari effort there from the taller French fighter, and she manages to hop that through. And after 20-odd seconds of the golden score period, Clement comes up with a nice finish for Ojigari. Right, well, on the mat now, Daria Biladid of Ukraine is up against Munkbat Uransetsig of Mongolia. It's Biladid in the white judogi, Munkbat in blue. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan leads in his round 3 contest against Yuri Verstraeten of Belgium. That's down on mat number 3. And then Yondan Perenli Bashku and Yeldos Shumakanov are tied up. There's no score there. Almost managed to change direction there. Looking to take Biladid off to the right with that Satemi Waza. Just uses that knee to get some control, begin to work her way into the near waza, and it's blocked by Munkbat. It's Munkbat who picks up a second penalty for taking that dominant grip and then just blocking with it. A little over a minute and a half left to go. Second penalty picked up by Munkbat. Again, almost taking Biladid over to the right side. Just shapes to go left and then very quickly off to the right. It wasn't quite as pronounced as the first effort. Maybe Biladid is beginning to sense that now, or maybe feels it. Kojigari, and then Ojigari nicely taken over in the end. Yeah, after those two little efforts there from Biladid, Munkbat was off balance and then taken over and thrown for Ipan. So Biladid into the semi-final. There's a little stab there, a little one there, and then as Munkbat tries to come up with an attack. She's not in the best position. She's slightly off balance there. And that's the wrong position to be attacking from. You're reaching too far over. Off balance. Yeah, that left leg doesn't have any power in it. It is over that leg that she's taken. Tanaki Funa of Japan faces Paola Pareto of Argentina. It's Tanaki in the white judogi, Pareto in blue. The winner of this will go up against Daria Biladid. Great little battle here to prepare for the second semi-final. Biladid already awaits the winner of this, and in that first semi-final, sorry about that. In the first semi-final, we're going to see Distria Krasnicki go up against Melanie Clement. So that's what we've got coming up for you. And then whomsoever wins this will face Daria Biladid. Has the seeding worked out so far? Well, as with the number 1 seed, Distria Krasnicki, winning her pool. Yulia Figueroa was the number 4 seed. She lost out to Melanie Clement, so she took that place. Daria Biladid is the number 2 seed. She's through in her semi-final. And Tanaki Funa here is favoured as far as the seeding is concerned. Amandine Bouchard, by the way, in the under 52 kilo category, has just won her contest against Joana Ramos of Portugal. That was on mat 2. Just that little bit too far away with that Ojigari effort. Tanaki's not going to be caught with that one. Trying to find a way, but Pareto just closing up and blocking things. She's picked up a single Shido. There's a minute 20 odd left to go. I think yeah, Pareto probably likes the size matchup that she has with Tanaki. Sorry, Tanaki likes the size matchup she has with Pareto better than when she faces someone like Biladid or Clement. Those taller, longer-limbed fighters. She's not that keen on, I don't think. Pareto probably suits her style just that little bit better. There's no scorers yet. It's Pareto who attacks right-sided there. Tanaki blocks that fairly easily. Tanaki coming up with the Satemi was a nicely done as well. Yeah, well, that's the risk that you run. Tanaki was never in Newaza, and as Pareto attempts to get back up, Tanaki manages to finish off. It could be that they'll just give up on here. The only thing that was getting in the way was the head. They don't, which means we've still got half a minute left. Pareto will have to go all out here. Tanaki's going to be very, very difficult to get past in this last 20 odd seconds. She's not going to want to move from here. She's going to want to stay on the ground. Pareto, yeah, keen to be up. Tanaki keen to keep Pareto on the ground. Last few seconds then. Yep, that was a tough one, but it is Tanaki Funa of Japan who comes out on top. A quarterfinal win for Tanaki. That will put her up against Daria Biladid in the second of the semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category. So we've got the line up for that weight category. We're going to take a look now at the under 57 kilo category. The first of the four quarterfinals there. The number one seed Jessica Klimke of Canada goes up against Lien Chenling of Chinese Taipei. It's Klimke in the white judogi, Lien in blue. Lien, who's known for her Newaza, getting a chance to attack on the ground there. Klimke managing to keep her out. Again, no real way through for Lien, deciding to avoid getting caught up on the ground and probably waste some time down there. Early days in the contest yet. Single Shido picked up by Lien. Uchigari from Klimke. She follows that up with a Seonagi and the second effort, but just off the sleeve this time. Well, as is always the case, Klimke keeping up a good tempo here. Not the strongest of attacks, but she just keeps attacking. Going to make things difficult for Lien if she can't catch up here. As long as Klimke can keep up that tempo and make sure that the attacks are valid, doesn't want to come up with a false attack. Yeah, that's it. You keep knocking away, you're going to come up with something. It didn't even look like the strongest of attacks, but she kept it going, and in the end, Lian Chenling went over. So it's Klimke who leads by Wazari now, and having avoided picking up a penalty, she'll know that she's in a good position here. Minute 20 left to go. Attacks again. Now has a chance to work on the ground, and now she'll want to take some time off if she can. Another Ojigari Seoinage combination effort from Klimke. Time's really ticking away here. Klimke happy to have a bit of time to work on the ground. Well, interesting situation there. No harm done in the end. And that, I'm afraid, is going to be it. Klimke able to just tighten things up. And she finds herself in the semi-final. So, Jessica Klimke it is who wins out there. We've got Sarah Leone Sissik of France coming up next against Telma Monteiro of Portugal. It's a quarter-final in the under 57 kilo category. Just a reminder that you can click on either of the other mats if you want to watch either Melinda Kelmendi of Kosovo up against Agata Perring of Poland, or down on mat number 3 in the under 66 kilo category, Ganbold Kurlan of Mongolia. He faces Yelan Sedekjanov of Kazakhstan. Sissik looking keen to get underway. Monteiro looking as though she'd like a little bit more time to get back to her start point. Tomoinagi from Montero. Had Sisik momentarily cartwheeling to avoid getting caught up. Kelmendi, by the way, on mat 2 has gone into golden score again. I think she was in golden score in her previous contest. Well, we're going to have to take a bit of a break here whilst we wait for Montero to get things tidied up. Perhaps we can just bring you up to date with what's happened in the under 60 kilo category. Let's have a look at that then, and I'll just update you with that. Well, we lost Robert Shvidabadze of Russia in his round 2 contest. He lost to Moritz Plafke of Germany. So we have the lineup for round 3. It's 3 rounds. A quarter-final, then a semi-final. But we've got the quarter-final lineup for the lower half of the draw. Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan will face Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea, and it'll be Walid Kaya of France to go up against Albert Ogazov of Russia. And as far as those contests are concerned, they will come up shortly. I can give you the contest order for the under 60 kilo category. Moritz Plafke in his round 3 contest will be on mat 2 shortly. And then the Lutfilayev Kim Won-jin quarter-final, that'll take place on mat number 3. We'll follow that by Walid Kaya and Albert Ogazov. That's going to be on mat 3. We then got the semi-finals of the under 48 kilo category. Distra Krasniki of Kosovo will go up against Melanie Clement of France, and it'll be Dario Biladid of Ukraine to go up against Tonaki Funa of Japan. That's the under 48 kilo category semi-final lineup, and I suppose we could give you the background. Why don't we do that? Because that is going to be quite a big semi-final, isn't it? The matchup between Tanaki Funa and Dario Biladid. I think a number of people have been talking about that matchup, anticipating that matchup, so we quite look forward to that. Right, so Montero has had her treatment. She's back on the mat now. There's some injury that she's picked up to her head. Maybe just a cut, and in order to stop the bleeding they put a plaster over and then the bandage around the plaster, so it's not nearly as bad as it may look. Oh, that was risky from Sisik. Didn't set herself properly. And Montero almost took that over. Yeah, we've seen a few of those, haven't we? Nice turnovers there. You can see Sisik is still standing up. She goes in for the Sutemi Waza. And there was some discussion about that, so it's not as though it's a new rule. It was just the clarification of how scores are given. If there is a fighter on the ground, that does not constitute nearwaza. One fighter on the ground does not constitute nearwaza. Sisik it is who wins out there. She goes into the semi-final. Next to the quarterfinals features Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. She's up against Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. It'll be Yoshida in the white judogi, Nelson-Levy in blue. Yoshida could do with a win here to reinvigorate her confidence. And by way of illustrating what I'm talking about, well, no, proving too tricky. I'm going to have to leave that. We'll just stick with what's happening here. Two and a half minutes still left on the clock. Plenty of time as Yoshida looks to go left-sided with a little Ojigari and then thinks about it again, but Nelson-Levy had that blocked and then she just collapsed. Yay! Too risky. Didn't sense the possible danger there from that Ashiwaza. Another chance for the turnover, but Nelson Levy managed to block that. It was one effort that was blocked. Yoshida's not finished yet. Maybe now, though. Yeah, having stepped over it on 2 occasions, better to break that grip and get out of there. This is the point that you want to get out now. And unfortunately, she didn't. She left that right arm around the waist, thinking that there was still an attacking option there for her, when really it had gone. If she'd left that, if you dropped that right arm, should have given space between her and Yoshida wouldn't have been able to come up with that Ashiwaza. Just stayed in there for that little bit too long. Mind you, didn't give up the score. Well, it wasn't that far away. Little over half a minute left to go. No score yet between Yoshida Tsukasa and Timna Nelson Levy in this quarter-final in the under 57 kilo category. Again, Nelson Levy fancies her chances with that right arm around the waist. Got to go now. Left it too long. Yeah, just stayed on there for that little bit too long, I'm afraid. Picked up a penalty. No real harm done. But if you're going to go around the back, at some stage, you have to launch that attack. You just can't hang on to the belt and stay there. A good effort from Nelson Levy here, taking Yoshida into golden score. Yes, that was there. Koso Takaki almost presented itself. Well, actually, it didn't present itself. It was Nelson Levy creating that situation. That's where the real threat is going to come from. Get the arm around the back and then have Yoshida standing up tall to launch that big attack. I'm not going to get many chances. It's a really good effort here from Nelson Levy. She looks threatening. Yoshida looked defensive there. She looked to use that left arm to block. Can't get caught on the ground. Keep this standing up. Got a good chance. Yeah, that's the risk that we saw earlier on. Once that right arm goes around the back Yoshida has got her own counter to it. But whatever it is that Nelson Levy has planned, it's a couple of things actually. They both come from her taking that grip around the waist. The problem is that she can't hang on for it too long. This time it's on the jacket. Uchimata and yeah. Yeah, the difficulty with the grip around the waist is that you open up part of your body, and it's into that space that Yoshida went. It's not really apparent from that angle. That's a better look. You can see where the arm is. There's nothing to keep Yoshida out there. But a good effort from Team Nelson Levy. Right, the last of the quarterfinals in the under 57 kilo category. Nora Zhakova of Kosovo faces Helene Resevo of France. It's Zhakova in the white judogi, Resevo in blue. Yeah, needs to reach across with that left arm. Turn again to her right. Just try and slide up a little bit now. The head slipping. Resevo's about to get that head out. Not quite. Nice position now from Zhakova. Just got to keep tight on the legs. Strong legs there. You get the Wazari on the board. Yep, there it is now. Just beginning to slip out. Here's Resevo. Just managed to get out. Wasn't quite underneath the armpit. Here she goes again. This looks a lot better, actually. As far as the legs are concerned, it's the can't get the lower half of the body. She may have to give this up now. Yeah, not going to get there. Resevo manages to bring the near-waza exchange to an end, but not before she gave up a Wazari. And just look at the time taken off the clock. A minute 40 odd left. Almost coming up with a bit of footwork to bring Zhakova down. Now it's Resevo's turn to have a go on the ground. Zhakova having to defend. Zhakova has been unlucky on a number of occasions to give up situations like this. Be in a winning position and then lose out. A little over a minute left to go. What a day it would be for Kosovo. They've got Krasnicki in action. They've got Kelmendi in action. And here Zhakova. Got to be tight here. 40 odd seconds left to go. Can't afford an error. And really, right now is when Zhakova's got to take a step back and say, wait, it's Resovo that's got to come and take the contest from me. Let me not do anything over the top here. I haven't picked up a penalty yet. I can afford the odd gripping infringement, or maybe a drop here. What I don't want to do is to launch some huge attack and get countered. "15 seconds left to go. Just got to keep Resovo out for 15 seconds. Down to 10 now. She decides to take the most obvious of drops and just collapses to her knees. That was rather poorly done by Zhakova. Turn left or right. Right, she's done it now. Arms outstretched, straight, keeping Resovo off. But Zhakova it is who goes into the semi-final. Did well there. One of her strengths, working on the ground. Well, there's a repechage contest about to get underway on mat number 1. We're going to move to mat number 2 because round 3 in the under 60 kilo category is taking place there. Temur Nozadze of Georgia is up against Yang Yungwei of Chinese Taipei. We join the contest with golden score already underway. Both fighters have a score on the board. Nozadze has picked up 2 penalties, and now Yang is about to pick up a penalty. It's Nozadze in the white judogi, Yang in blue. Nice strong effort there from Yang, and coming under attack, Nozadze able to turn onto his front to avoid getting caught. Shishimi Ai of Japan has just defeated Charlene van Snick of Belgium on mat number 3. What we'll try to do is have a look at the first of the semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category when that comes up. That's in a couple of fights' time. We've got, how many have we got? Katerina Costa and Yulia Figueroa. And then you've got Munk Baturancetic and Paolo Pareto. After that, it will be Kresnicki and Clement Biladin, and Tanaki will go down there for those contests when those 2 semi-finals come up. Nozadze has picked up 2 penalties, so he's at a slight disadvantage here. Can't afford another error. The referee's asking, he He's asking Nazadze to tidy himself up. Yeah, it was coming, wasn't it? A third penalty. He's not a happy boy, but you can do. Yang Yung Wei takes the contest. Just didn't get the timing right. Nazadze needed to come up with an attack. And he loses his round 3 contest. That was the score from Yang Yung Wei. It was a score from Nazadze, and then they went into golden score, but 3 penalties picked up by the Georgian put him out. Right, round 3 in the under 60 kilo category. Francisco Garrigos of Spain faces Tonica Jacadua of the Netherlands. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Jacadua in blue. And then down on mat number 3 in the under 60 kilo category, you've got Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan up against Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea. We could do some more jumping around if we could, to have a look at that one. I'm not sure if we can manage that. Let me just see what we can do. Let's see if we get lucky with that one. Great, okay, so we can have a look at the quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category between Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan in the white judogi and Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea in blue. There's no score as yet. We've just had the first minute and a half. This half of the draw is slightly further in advance, so that's why we've got round 3 on mat 2 and the quarter-final on mat 3. Already that little bit further ahead here. The winner of this will face the winner of the upcoming contest between Walid Kaya of France and Albert Ogazov of Russia. And as soon as we get the semi-final of the under 48 kilo category down on mat number 1, then we'll go down there. I'll try and line that up. Oh, Kim had a chance to apply the arm lock there, and he does now. Lutfilayev caught with his arm out. And Kim Won-jin doesn't miss out on that opportunity. Right, just to tell you quickly then that down on... Oh, this was the replay from Kim and Lutfilayev. Right, we've got the quarterfinal coming up next here between Walid Kaya of France and Albert Ogazov of Russia. We'll stay with this for as long as we can, but I'm giving you fair warning that if at some stage we need to go down to map number 1 for the semi-final in the under 48 kilo category between Melanie Clement of France and Distria Krasniki, then that's what our lineup is. So if you want to watch Walid Kaya and Albert Ogazov, take into consideration that the commentated channel may switch. But at the moment, down on mat number 1, you've got a repechage contest between Munkbat Uransetsig of Mongolia. She's up against Paula Pareto of Argentina. And at the moment, Munkbat leads by Wazari, and they're inside the last minute. And on the adjoining mat 2, there is a round 3 contest in the under 60 kilo category between Yago Abuladze of Russia. He's up against Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. Both fighters have scored Wazari. So they're all tied up there with a little under half the contest still to go. Here, there's no scorers yet between Kaya and Ogazov. Oh, a busy pair of fighters here. No scorers yet. Plenty of movement, but no scorers yet. Ogazov has picked up a single Shido. Munkbat it is, who has just defeated Paula Pareto in their repechage contest down on mat number 1. It all looks a little bit busy and uncontrolled. Kaya and Ogazov. Hands and feet flying all over the place. And he wanted a second penalty against Ogazov. Oh dear, I want to have a look at whether Ogazov grabbed the leg in defense, and if he did, there will be a third penalty, but apparently not. Well, having a look at something else now. Mr. Zaidov, the referee, and now Wazari to Walid Kaya with 1:19 left to go. That really does put Albert Oguzov up against it because he's already collected 2 penalties. So he's on skating on thin ice, if you like those sort of analogies. He comes up with a score. Can you believe it? Just with one hand. Oh, that is something. We were thinking of going down to 1, but I think we'll hang on here for a moment, even though Krasnicki leads by Wazari down there. We'll get back to it. Well, if they cancel Oguzov's score, then we will go down. If they leave it as a Wazari, it will make things interesting. Yeah, they do cancel it. And having said that we would go, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say let's stay there. Yeah, let's see whether he gets galvanized into action. For a moment, he was back in it. Now he trails again. Really busy fighter, isn't he, Walid Kaya, trying to just do everything to look busy, keep in there. 20 odd seconds left to go. Hasn't picked up a penalty. He's done really well, actually. Tried to attack with one arm. Right, we're going to try to go down to mat number 1 for the semi-final, because it looks as though Walid Kaya is going to take this one. That was the finish. Lovely. We just timed that right. That's Distria Krasnicki winning out over Melanie Clement, throwing the French fighter for a second time. Right, it's the second of the semi-finals. Daria Biladid of Ukraine faces Tanaki Funa of Japan. It's Biladid in the white judogi, Tanaki in blue. Well, Tanaki was given Wazari here. Yeah, that she climbed on her back and over she went. It wasn't Biladid bringing Tanaki down. It was Tanaki finishing off the Seoinage, Biladid having climbed on her back. So a real advantage here for Tanaki, leading by Wazari. Going to take some finish now from Biladid, who has not previously lost to Tanaki. It's a question of tactics now from Tanaki. Does she change tactics? And try and keep Biladid out. Biladid's only got one way of going, that's forward, so she's going to keep attacking whatever. Yeah, a little bit too much running away here, I'm afraid. Gripping infringement from Biladid. Could have done without that error and could have done without that pause at that time. Really needed to keep the pressure on. Can Biladid bring enough pressure to bear to see Tanaki commit an error? At this level, you wouldn't expect it. But you never know. Needs to be upright and get a better grip. Does Biladid. Don't want to stay over there for too long. A little bit of footwork would be useful now from Biladid. Hasn't really gone to the Ashiwaza yet. Just to unsettle Tanaki. Maybe the Ojigari. And it's... Oh yes! That was a good effort. I wonder what about the landing there. Well, landing is away from the referee. I think she landed quite heavily herself there. Just a little bit slow to her feet, Biladid. Time running out quickly here. We're already into the last 20 odd seconds. Possibly time for one more big attack. This will be it. Got to go now. And this is it. Oh, the Makikomi didn't come off. That, I'm afraid, is going to be that. Yeah, time has run out. There's even a wave of the hand from Tanaki as she celebrates a win over Daria Biladid. An error from Biladid as she climbs on the back of Tanaki. Soft score, I'm afraid. Right, well, there's going to be a little bit of jumping around whilst we try and pick out some of the better contests for you. Let's see if we can arrange to go down to mat 2 because An Baol of An Baol of the Republic of Korea goes up against Yondan Perenli Bashku of Mongolia. An Baol leads by Wazari at the moment with 1:45. Thanks very much for that switch. I was in the process of asking for that, but I'm really glad that you are on top of that. So it's Anne in the white judogi, Yondan Perenli in blue, and it's Anne who leads by Wazari with a little over 2 minutes left to go. I'm just going to say up front, whilst we've got this minor pause, whilst they're looking at something, that the next quarterfinal, no, there's a semi-final on mat 3 coming up shortly between Shishimi Ai of Japan and Astrid Neto. That might be worth having a look at. Mind you, there is a semi-final after that here. Yeah, we do our best to bring you the best of the action, but remember, you don't have to stay with us. You can choose whichever of the mats you feel catches your eye and that you want to see, but we're going to go with this for the time being. And Baal perfectly happy to take some time off the clock and work on the ground. And Baal not really interested in applying this near-waza, but perfectly happy to stay on the ground. He's just got to free the right leg, but I've seen better efforts. Yondan Perenli holding on for dear life there. He decides to try for the exit roll, and unfortunately gets the timing all wrong and ends up on his back. It's not the strongest newaza or osai waza I've ever seen. However, there was enough of it for him to come up with. He's only had to hold him for 10 seconds, so I'm not sure what's happened with the clock there. In any case, even if he didn't hold him for the full 10 seconds, Anbal already had Wazari on the board, so that was good enough for the win. We've got the 2 repechage contests down on 1 and 3, and coming up here we've got Amandine Bouchard and Poop Rekka, so I think this is where we'll stay. I'm perfectly happy to stay here. Quarterfinal in the under 52 kilo category. Amandine Bouchard of France faces Poop Rekka of Hungary. It's Bouchard in the white judogi, Poop in blue. Great finish from Bouchard. What an absolutely lovely finish. Got herself into a nice position where she just drops here. She just sits down and then finishes this shoulder wheel beautifully. Of course, it looks like more than one movement when it's in the super slow-mo, but it really is just the one. Sit down, roll. There's the push and then the roll. But Putbreka's not getting off that one. Right, so we get to see Melinda Kelmendi for the first time today. She's up against Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. It's Kelmendi in the white judogi, Schopp in blue. I suppose if you are pushing with the legs and you're maintaining a grip on the arm, despite the fact that your initial direction was somewhere else, your opponent goes on to the scoring part of the body as a result of your action. So, okay, and there's a finish as well. It's like the boxer, isn't it? 1-2, bang, bang. Schopp has been knocked about earlier on. She may not be in the best of conditions physically. Just got banged about a bit with the head injury. So Kelmendi safely through and fairly easily into the semi-final if truth be told. Sorry. Yeah, not the happiest of fighters, I'm afraid. And I think Kelmendi sensed that. She doesn't jump up and celebrate her. She immediately looks at Schopp to see that she's okay and gives her a helping hand. It's at that point when Kelmendi must realise, oh, something's not right here. She's just gone over too easily. Right, coming up next, Diobek Urazboyev of Uzbekistan goes up against Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei. It is Urazboyev in the white judogi, Yang in blue. Quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category. Urazboyev with an expansive effort there. It looked like Harai Makikomi was so far away from his opponent. He trailed in a previous contest. I think he was up against Ashley McKenzie, and he trailed by Wazari, then pulled the Wazari back, and then he eventually came through and he won the contest. Anyway, there's no score here, and we've got 2 minutes left to go. Nice effort from Yang there. There are, by the way, 2 semi-finals taking place either side of this quarter-final. Jessica Klimke of Canada is up against Sarah Leone Sisik of France. If you want to watch that one, just click on 1. And, well, Shishimi Ai of Japan has just defeated Astrid Netto of France on mat number 3. So kind of missed out on even telling you about that one. That one was over before it really got underway. And then coming up next on mat number 3, there's a repechage contest between Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He's going up against Albert Ogazov of Russia. I think we're going to stick with Urizboyev and Yang Yung-wei for the moment. There's another quarter-final after this. And the semi-final down on... We can always come back, actually. So I think I'm going to try to get us to go down to finish off the semi-finals down on mat number 1. Jessica Klimke of Canada is up against Sarah Leone Sisik. There's no score in that contest yet. We've got a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Just try and organize that. So just a reminder that if you want to watch Urizboyev and Yang, then just click on 2 and you'll get 2. And as I've said throughout the broadcast, you are perfectly at liberty to watch whichever of the mats you want, just by clicking on that choice. You won't necessarily get commentary. You stick with the commentated channel and you end up watching whatever it is that we jump to. At the moment, we are with Urizboyev and Yang Yung-wei, but that's the contest that we want to have a look at. We joined the contest then between Jessica Klimke, the number 1 seed, and Sarah Leone Sisik of France. We've got a little over 1.5 minutes left to go, and Sisik leads at the moment by Wazari. She's coming under some serious pressure now from Klimke, trying to pull the score back. Still a minute left to go. Sisik beginning to look a little bit drained. I'm not surprised. 3 minutes with Klimke running you down. It's going to take it out of you. Mind you, Sisik has the score on the board. Klimke, to me, looks better when she's chasing. Looks a lot more threatening, a lot more dangerous. Half a minute left to go. Going to have to be a score here from Klimke. Needs to stand Sisik up a little bit. Can't get the hips far enough across. 8 seconds left to go. It's not going to happen. Sisik it is, who takes the contest. Well, it hasn't been a good day for number 1 seeds. We've seen Robert Shvidabadze of Russia bow out in the under 60 kilo category. Manuel Lombardo of Italy, same fate in the under 66 kilo category. And now in the under 57 kilo category, Jessica Klimke there getting caught, no doubt about that. Good score from Sarah Leone Sisik. Left-sided Maki Komi. Well, in the under 48 kilo category, we've still got Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. There's a teammate, Nora Zhakova. Zhakova in the blue judogi. She's up against Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. It's Yoshida in the white judogi, Zhakova in blue. Semi-final in the under 57 kilo category. The winner of this will face Sarah Leone Sisik in the final. And the other number 1 seed who is still in is Amandine Bouchard of France. That semi-final lineup is Amandine Bouchard of France to face Marlene Kelmendi. Shishimi Ai has already defeated Astrid Netto in their semi-final. So Shishimi awaits the winner of the Bouchard-Kelmendi semi-final. Ichimata effort there from Zhakova. She couldn't quite go through with it. She didn't have the support leg in the right position. That was a slightly better effort, but the support leg was collapsing. The knee was bent and she was losing control. And she couldn't follow things up on the ground. That Uchimata looks like a really good option for Zhakova. Both fighters penalized for avoiding to take a grip. Almost came up with the Ashiwaza there, Yoshida. Little Diashi Barai, maybe Kosotogari. Let's have another look at that, but there's the chance for the turnover. Jakov has got to see this coming here. There's a pattern here. Yeah. Well, it's not something that Jakova will not have seen previously. There is a point at which you need to get away from the control that your opponent is trying to exert over you well before the turnover takes place. I'll tell you where that point is. Right, this is it. You need to get up and stand up. But the arm is trapped. If you look at the left arm, she needs that. The right arm is trying to give her some kind of purchase to push her up and away from Yoshida, but the left arm is already wrapped up. That's the one that gives Yoshida the control. The left arm is already wrapped up. Jakova can't get up. There's only the right arm left. It's not enough. The legs are being used to roll her over, and once the roll comes, it's getting past the legs. That's the next part. And she does that fairly easily, actually. That's a well executed roll from Yoshida Tsukasa, and that puts her in the final against Sarah Leone Sisik. Right, we've got judo just on the one mat now. That is mat number 2, and the contests that we've got there are the first of the quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category. Tonika Chikadova of the Netherlands is up against Yago Abuladze of Georgia. They're already into the golden score period. There has not been a score. Chikadova has picked up 2 penalties. Abuladze just the 1. We've had half a minute of golden score. Shvidobadze, having gone out early in the competition, Abuladze now has a real chance here to come up with something special. Can't lose this opportunity, especially if he gets past Chikadova. There's a semi-final spot going begging, and thereafter, the place in the final. So really can't afford to lose out here. Both fighters really tired here, but Jakadoa still battling away. Yago Abuladze just beginning to show signs of tiring. Slow to his feet. Second to the attack. And now Jakadoa maybe smells a little bit of defeat from Abuladze. Yeah, he's taking the bigger risks. Abuladze is reacting to the attacks, but it's Jakadoa who's launching them. Nearly 3 minutes of golden score. There comes Jakadoa again. Little Sutemi was, but only with one hand. Not really any danger to Abuladze. Just stuck that one in there for show, I think. Abuladze has to come back with something now. Again, just the one hand on. It's not that impressive, really. You're not quite sure how much the referee's going to be taken in by that. He doesn't call for a second penalty for Abuladze, but it won't be long if Jakadoa can keep this up. He really is the more aggressive of the two, although Abuladze now comes up with at least an effort, albeit that Jakadoa falls off the wrong side, and there was no real chance of a score coming from that one. Neither fighter really in control there. Jakadoa fancies it may be his. Slow motion may do. Ooh, I think he may have had under the belt. Jakadoa trying to sell the action. He's still trying to get it across to them. This is what I did. Look, it was mine. Veli-Matti Karinkanta, the referee in the middle, from Finland, he couldn't make up his mind. I couldn't either. Just at first sight, and even with that one replay, I wasn't entirely sold on the action. Yeah, but that was what was in my mind, the hand under the belt as part of the action. So not the score, it was the hand under the belt grabbing around the waist for me. That's what I noticed. And no score for either of them. Right, coming up next, Aram Grigorian of Russia faces Yondan Perenli Bashku of Mongolia. It'll be Grigorian in the white judogi, Yondan Perenli in blue. Repechage contest in the under 66 kilo category. I'll be back with you for the next semi-final. No scorers yet in this repechage contest between Aram Grigorian and Yondan Perenli Bashku. We've still got a number of fights to bring you. We've got the semi-final in the under 66 kilo category between Denis Vieru and Anne Baul. And another semi-final in the under 60 kilo category between Yang Yung Wei and Yago Aboladze. So, and then Amandine Bouchard and Marlinda Kelmendi in the under 52 kilo category. So good bit of action yet. Probably another half an hour or so of judo before we take that break before the final block. Two penalties against Yondan Perenli. He's been flirting with danger on a couple of occasions, having picked up two penalties. Here he is again. Matthew Bataille just waiting for confirmation. Yep. Oh, he does pick up a third penalty. Not sure what it is that he wants to see again, but it's all done. Rather damp ending to that repechage contest. See if we can offer up something a little bit more exciting in this semi-final between Denis Vieru of Moldova in the white judogi and Anne Baul of the Republic of Korea in blue. And picks up a penalty for that gripping infringement. Just the single Shido at the moment then against Anne Baul as he tries to find somewhere to get the second hand on Vieru. Just taps that hand away, not enough to attract a penalty. That's normally the result. Can't just slap the hand away. Low left-sided effort from Anne, but Vieru manages to block that. Now tries to work something on the ground. That's gone immediately across the chin, and the referee decides no, he's not going to have any of that. He calls mate. Vasily Smolin, that is, of Russia. He's not the first Vasily Smolin to referee. His father was a referee as well. Keep it in the family. I think the whole family do judo. Little effort there from Anne. That doesn't come off. Vieru saw that one coming. And again, he attempts to work something on the ground, this time more akin to a turnover rather than the straightforward attempt at the shimiwaza. Maybe he wasn't watching Yoshida Tsukasa's demolition of Nora Zhakova a few minutes ago. Beautifully executed turnover from the Japanese there. Vieru might want to take a few lessons from the 57 kilo category expert, former world champion. She's made her way into the final of the under 57 kilo category. Vieru looking to make his way into the final of the under 66 kilo category. Anbao standing in his way at the moment. Minute left to go. Single Shido against Anbao. Vieru, as is his way. Nice and calm, never looks rushed. Almost able to change directions there. Had Anne going one way, and then as he looked to take him the other, and was quick enough to spot that, he just stretched out and lay flat on the front and killed any chance of going over. Regulation time about to expire here, into the last 10 seconds. No score in normal time. We're going to have a period of golden score. Just keep us here that little bit longer. Not a bad little Uchimata effort from Vieru. Just showing that shape again and again and again, and then sticking in that attack, but and managed to deal with that without too much trouble. Couldn't get the feet far enough across to really be in a good position to launch a strong attack. Vieru attempting that turnover, but it looked a little bit less technically adept than, as I mentioned earlier, Yoshida Tsukasa. That last effort there from Vieru had more to do with strength than anything else. Looking to muscle Anbao over onto his back, but that didn't work. A minute and a half we've had of golden score. Vieru was a little bit uncomfortable with that grip that was taken by Anbal and just decided to kill that, took control of the sleeve and just pushed that down. And as a result, for negative gripping, he picked up a penalty. Yeah, there was the risk of getting drawn into that kind of stalemate, and Vieru fell into the trap, as did Anne. One of them would have been better off trying to avoid that. As it is, they both picked up penalties, so we are now at the point where the next penalty will decide where this contest, where this semi-final goes. Let's hope that it doesn't finish on a penalty. Four minutes of golden score we've had already. It's gone quicker than the normal period of time. The right-sided Morote Seonage effort. Low right-sided from Anne. Vieru just steps round to the side and avoids getting caught up in that. Slightly stronger effort, this time on the left side from Anbal. Both fighters have to be aware of the state of things here. Can't afford to fall off the pace. They don't even look as though they've got to the point yet where they're really digging deep. Both look as though they've still got a little bit left in the tank. It's just that they haven't been able to penetrate the defences of their opponent. almost 6 minutes of golden score. And now the third penalty goes to Denis Vieru. A little bit harsh, given that both fighters were working reasonably well within the rules. And Bowell, I suppose, shaded things with the initial attacks. I think that's something that the fighters have got to remember. Counters are one thing, but you really want to come up and see if you can be first to attack rather than react. Pupreka of Hungary has the walkover over Evelyn Schopp, who was injured in a previous contest and can't come out. She really wasn't in the best condition. So Pupreka goes through to the to the bronze medal contest. I beg your pardon, bronze medal contest. We come now to the semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. Amandine Bouchard of France, the number 1 seed, goes up against the current Olympic champion Malida Kelmendi of Kosovo. It's Bouchard in the white judogi, Kelmendi in blue. Bouchard has got really nice throwing skills, very sharp. You see how some of the fighters aren't stopping when there is one on the ground. You get one fighter who's on both knees, but the fighter who remains standing up realizes full well that they can still attack. And once or twice they've come up with scores. Both fighters are penalised for overly defensive postures. I think Bouchard felt initially that she was going to be the only one to get the penalty. She reacted, well, with some degree of displeasure, I think is probably the best way of putting it. And then as she was demonstrating her displeasure, Kelmendi picked up a penalty as well, which I suppose made Bouchard feel a little bit better. But this time, she's the one who gets the penalty. Just avoiding to take that grip. Needs to get the head up here. Kelmendi, she does. Came under some pressure from that grip. Better position now for Kelmendi. Needs to go now. Can't hang on. She's got the jacket rather than the belt, so that was okay. But Bouchard is finding grips difficult with Kelmendi. She won't want to bend over and stretch the arms out and look defensive again. She's already picked up 2 penalties. Almost getting caught up in the Ashiwaza there. Good little battle, this. Last few seconds of normal time. Shame if it ends on a penalty. 2 high-class athletes battling away. May not make for the most attractive of contests, but nonetheless, plenty of interest here. Kelmendi needs to come back into it now after those few attacks from Bouchard. Just waiting a little bit too long now, Kelmendi. You can't wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. Just managed to avoid picking up another penalty there. This time round, can't afford for Bouchard to be first. She's a very, very clever fighter, Amandine Bouchard. Once that second hand goes on, she manages to beat Kelmendi to the attack. Go now. Find a way to get an attack in. She does there. She almost goes over. She was prepared to run that risk to make sure that she got an attack in. And there comes the second penalty. She just left that little bit too long. She ran the risk, or she was prepared to take the risk with the counter, allow Bouchard in, and then attempt the counter. It almost paid off for her. But it having not paid off, she then picked up the penalty for having waited too long. I think that was really well done. Had she scored, fine, but she didn't. So she picked up the penalty, which was, in a way, a reward, if you like, to Bouchard from having taken the risk to attack first. They rewarded her, penalising Kelmendi. Sumigeishi, and the pattern again goes back to gripping, Bouchard attacking. Kelmendi can't fall into that trap again. Got to come up with the initial attacks herself. And they're not the strongest attacks from Bouchard, but she does run the risk. She does attack, and every time you attack, it's a risk. And she's prepared to take that risk and go first. Kelmendi now has to go first. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I get the feeling that it's just too long in waiting for Bouchard. This time round, Melinda Kelmendi has got to be first. The tactic of waiting and waiting and waiting for a counter, or waiting for a false attack from your opponent, isn't going to do it. I can't see this going another cycle. Bouchard must be aware of that as well. We want to get in this attack first. Well, we're back to that point again. And again, she gets away with it. Really being generous here. Because Bouchard is the one who's taking the risks. Kelmendi just waiting for Bouchard to open up so that she can attempt a counter. Four minutes of golden score. Good strong Ouchigari attack. That's right, and Kuka must be telling Kelmendi to be first here. Have to run the risk. I think it's almost the feeling that it's better to go out getting countered than to go out on a Shido. And Bouchard has played this really well. And the only risk now that Bouchard is taking is that the attacks aren't that strong. She's got to be careful that she doesn't put in an attack that is not strong enough. Yeah. It's not a question of the quality of the attacks from Bouchard. I know people will look at that and they think those weren't real attacks, and you know, Kelmendi's lost on the back of someone just being tactical. But at the same time, it was down to Kelmendi to come up with some attacks of her own. And unfortunately, she was reactive, waited for an opportunity to attack, and when it didn't present itself by that time, Bouchard had come up with her own attacks, albeit they weren't the greatest, I'll admit that. But every time you attack, you run the risk of getting countered. And what Bouchard did not have was the opportunity to counter Kelmendi, because Kelmendi didn't attack. So Bouchard, in a way, was at a disadvantage in being the one who was creating the opportunities for Kelmendi to come up with the counters, and you couldn't let that continue. Repechage contest in the under 60 kilo category. Diorbek Uruzboyev of Uzbekistan faces Tonika Jakadova of the Netherlands. It's Uruzboyev in the white judogi, Jakadova in blue. And after this, we've got one more contest. It's the semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. Yang Yongwei and Yago Abulidze. We've got that coming up next. And then I'll give you a rundown of the medal matches for the final block, which will be in an hour from now. Uruzboyev picked up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip there. Ricardo is another fighter who, I suppose in the last year, and when we talk in terms of the last year, what we're really talking about is 2019, because 2020 was a bit of a bust, wasn't it? So I suppose what we should look to talk about is recently. He's recently been on good form. Diorbek Uruzboyev going backwards here. He picks up a second penalty. You've got so much time left on the clock. Sumigeshi effort from Jakadova, but Uruzboyev deals with that fairly easily as we're inside the last minute. Just lost contact with the left hand there, and then the attack collapsed. Jakadova, that is. Nice looking movement, and then all of a sudden the opportunity had gone. Just missed out. Just for a split second, there was an opening there for the Koso Tagaki from Urizboyev, and then it disappeared.
Hold the score.
Jakarta has shown some nice footwork, getting himself into attacking positions, but then he's let himself down by losing contact with the hands. That was the point well illustrated there. He got himself into a good position, but he didn't have control of Urizboyev's right sleeve that he could have pulled across the body. In any case, Urizboyev has picked up a third penalty. Going to have to tidy himself up here and bow off properly. Yeah, third penalty picked up by Urizboyev, puts him out, and Jakarta into the bronze medal contest. Okay, we've got the last contest before we give you a wrap up and tell you what's going to happen in the final block. It's the semi-final in the under 60 kilo category between Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei and Yago Abuladze of Russia. It's Yang in the white judo gi, Abuladze in blue. Abuladze has had a hard time of it today. A few tough contests have brought him to this point, and Yang looks as though he wants to continue in that vein, causing Abuladze a few headaches. Certainly started off strongly on the ground. Hasn't quite got the feet where he'd like them. Abuladze escapes out of there. And too far away with that effort. That was a better one from Yang, almost catching Abuladze with that low left-sided Morote Seonagi. Yang is having another go at the Sangaku turnover. This one may be stronger than the first. Just securing the legs. No, he's not sure where that one's going. There's a point at which you realize what the fighter is thinking about and in which direction he wants to go. And then from time to time, they'll demonstrate that they're not sure themselves. And once they've done that, the referee's going to call mate. You have to be absolutely clear about what you're doing, how you're going to go about it, what your plan is, and you have to communicate that to the referee with a degree of progression that leaves them, he or she, the referee in the middle, believing that you know what you're doing. And when it gets to the point where they think this guy doesn't know what he's doing, then they're going to call mate. I'm not talking about clueless. I'm just talking about that you're stopped from going in one direction. You turn in another direction, and then you go back to somewhere else. And if you haven't made any progression in that time, then the referee is going to call mate. Yang gets another go at working on the ground. By now, Matthew Bataille must know what he's doing, and that hasn't helped him either. That last turnover where in the turnover the thing unravels and then you look as though you haven't got proper control. So should we go back to that point, then you're going to get less time given to you, because when you are given time, nothing happens. It goes down on one elbow there. Well, that went fairly quickly, to be honest. It was interesting rather than technically attractive. I'm going to say it was more interesting than being technically attractive. So what are we looking at here? An agricultural pull down onto one elbow? I think not. We'll give that one a miss, shall we? We're into the golden score period. Always good to have a look. Why not? But on this occasion, nothing to see here. Let's move on. Well, he's nothing if not persistent, is he, Yang Yung-wei, with his attempts at the Sangaku Gatame, but Yago Abuladze has probably seen every entry that Yang has got to offer up because he's blocked all of them so far. That's not to say that he won't get caught. It's just that he hasn't been caught as yet. And Yang has had about 5 or 6 goes at it. Beginning to have the feel of being a little bit too rushed. You need to get determined. If it is that you've got an opponent like Abuladze who's prepared to attempt to defend it, then give yourself a little bit more time. If he's not going to defend it and he's going to try and run and try and escape, then you have to exert that much more control to keep him there if you want to engage him in newaza. But Abuladze doesn't strike me as the kind of fighter who is panicking on the ground. So maybe Yang would be best served by just taking a little bit of time and getting the entry right. In particular, controlling the head first of all. Control the head, and then make sure that when you tuck that heel in behind the, tuck it in behind the shoulder blade and under the armpit. It's nice and strong. Get it nice and tight. Close that gap between your opponent's armpit, shoulder and head, and get that really, really close. Right, now it's the other leg that you've got to use now. Now I think you're going to need a little bit more work on that, Mr. Yang. Not quite coming off. Just this last semi-final to finish off. Probably going to end up with about 45 minutes, depending on how quickly this one gets done. Here he goes again. It's slightly untidy now, isn't it? I don't want to go on about it too much and sound as though I'm having a dig at Mr. Yang, but it's not as though he's been short of opportunities. Still can't get it. He must have seen Lien Chenling in training and decided, I think I'm going to have a go at that. He may be better off. He maybe an idea to go and have a few training sessions with Lien. She doesn't normally make mistakes down there. She really is very adept in Newaza. Well, Abuladze has got to get going here now, because he's really let Yang Yung Wei control and dictate the pace and the tempo of this contest. And on the ground, it's been all Yang. And Abuladze has been pretty much shut out from this semi-final. If he wants to take a place in the final, he's going to have to come up with something pretty spectacular, despite the fact that he hasn't picked up a penalty yet. It was Yang who's got the single Shido. Abuladze is way off the pace here. And yet, he may spring a surprise and catch Yang. Would be a surprise. Misses. Abuladze's got his own turnovers. We haven't seen one in this contest. Not yet, anyway. And this one's taking a little bit longer than we thought. Yang almost walking onto that counter there and looking slightly off balance. Time for Abuladze just to tidy up a little bit. Maybe it's just what he needs, to catch his breath a little and think about how he needs to go about this. He's got to get explosive, because that's what he's known for. It's explosive standing tachiwaza. Time to come up with something now. Looking for the Maki Komi. Would have been good for him to connect that with something else. Didn't happen. Tired looking Kosotogaki effort from Abuladze. Still trying to find that right arm of Yang's to wrap him up for a makikomi, but the rest of the shape isn't there. Abuladze having to dig really deep now. Oh, there's a chance. Yeah, the missed makikomi offers up an opportunity for Abuladze to engage in his turnover if he manages to keep the arm. So once he's put in the attack, if he can hang on to the arm, then he can attempt his own turnover. Five and a half minutes of golden score is not what you want in the semi-final. Mind you, they'll have a bit of a break and they can gather themselves. If they keep fighting, there won't be much. Get it over and done with now. Give yourself as long a break as possible. I think Abuladze attacked just in time there. Just looked as though he was taking a little bit too long to prepare. No, didn't get away with it. I felt that passivity penalty was coming, and then he just threw in that attack at the end. It's always an awkward one when the fighter has just attacked. Yeah, this looks a little bit better. Perhaps Abuladze hasn't got the strength to fight him off any longer. Or maybe he has. Yeah, wearing down very quickly, I'm afraid, Yago Abuladze. Yang possibly now in a position to overpower him. Needed to drop the hips there. Good effort from Yang Yung-wei, to be honest. Really has taken Yago Abuladze all the way, drained him of almost everything. He hasn't had any part of the contest where he looked in control or the one most likely to score. That's always been Yang Yung-wei. And when it comes to the ground, well, Abuladze hasn't been in it. He's defended completely. Chance to work on the arm now. Still not getting it right. Abeladze trying to take deep breaths here. Really feeling the pace now. Could come up with an attack from here. I wonder if we're gonna. He can't. That's unfortunate for Yang, picking up a penalty for a false attack. Oh, almost with the Koji. Abeladze so close. And I go back to the... Yeah, that was more like it. Took away the penalty. Let's see if... Yeah, take that away. Yeah, that was... This is more balanced. There's be a tragedy for Yang Yong-wei if he loses now. If Yago Abeladze comes up with a score from that Makikomi, doesn't matter which way Yago Abeladze Yang Yong-wei tries this. Abeladze finds a way out. Only one way to end this now, Yago. You've got to come up with a score. 9 minutes of golden score. I wonder what point, I wonder at what point a fighter just thinks, I'll be perfectly happy if the referee says Shido here. I'm so tired. Well, it's not going to be yet. Here comes Yang again. He isn't finished. Still busy. Abeladze hasn't had an attempt at his turnover as yet. I'm surprised about that. He's got a good turnover. Hasn't been able to get an opening, to work an opening, to even attempt it. Yep, it was coming. That's a terrific win for Yang Yong-wei over Yago Abeladze, and Yang gives his opponent a helping hand. He really did dig deep. And Abeladze is a genuine top draw 60 kilo fighter. Yang Yong-wei, however, was good enough, and he wins out. Well, that was the last of the contests before we go to the final block. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to have a look at the running order for the final block. I'll just run through that, and then I'll leave you to take a break. It's only half an hour. We've got half an hour before the final block begins, and we'll start with the bronze medal contest in the under 48 kilo category. Katerina Costa goes up against Daria Biladid, and in the second bronze medal contest it will be Munkbat Urantsetseg of Mongolia to face Melanie Clement of France. The final is Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. She goes up against Tanaki Funa of Japan. In the under 60 kilo category, it'll be Tonika Jakadova of the Netherlands to go up against Walid Kaya of France. The second of the bronze medal contest is Albert Ogazov of Russia. He goes up against teammate Yago Abuladze if he can stand up after that marathon. And then the final is Yang Yongwei of Chinese Taipei. He goes up against Kim Won-jin of the Republic of Korea. In the under 52 kilo category, the first of the bronze medal contest, Pup Reker of Hungary faces Astrid Netto of France. And the second bronze medal contest will be Charlene van Snick to go up against Mylinda Kel of Belgium to go up against Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. Hope that was clear. I'm not going to go back over that. The final is Amandine Bouchard of France. She faces Shishimi Ai of Japan. In the under 66 kilo category, the first of the bronze medal contests features Aram Grigorian of Russia. He goes up against Ganbol Kurlan of Mongolia. And the second of the bronze medal contests features Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. He goes up against Denis Vieru of Moldova. The final is An Baul of the Republic of Korea. His opponent is Baruch Shmailov of Israel. Well done to Shmailov for getting to that final. And the last of the weight categories, the under 57 kilo category, the first of the bronze medal contests, Telma Monteiro of Portugal goes up against Nora Jakova of Kosovo. The second of the bronze medal contests features Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel. She's up against the number 1 seed, Jessica Klimke of Canada. The final is Sarah Leonie Sisik of France. She's up against Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. Okay, that is all that we have time for you from that first part. We'll be back with all those medal contests in about half an hour from now. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.